Having, like, a little paper straw, which barely works, wrapped in plastic, when you could just pop the corner. I'm just asking questions. Like, why can't we just do that? Also, why does the brand who has the popcorner thing $1 more expensive for 6? Anyway, I had to say that out loud. Actually, you know, the real answer? Probably harder for children. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort. How's that sound? Say hi, YouTube chat. Also, I don't know what we did in the last VOD, but according to YouTube, the last VOD isn't monetizable, so I need to go into it and edit it and figure out why it's not monetizable, because I don't know what I said in the first 30 seconds of that VOD, but apparently it's not monetizable. I don't know what you said, chat room, in the first 30 seconds of the last VOD, but apparently it's not monetizable. So, you know, well done. It cost me like $6 and like 12 minutes of my time, probably, to go figure out why it's not monetizable and fix it. Yes, it definitely, someone said fire truck in chat. Absolutely, that's what happened. Operational success. Chat. Well, I don't know about that one, Umbra. Chat does plenty right, but speaking for an entire hive mind of like 7,000 to 12,000 people over a day, I don't know if you want to do that. That's plenty of, I guarantee you that there's plenty of people who watch me in a 10-hour period that did something wrong that day. I don't know of what sort or format or legal liability, but someone did something. I wouldn't speak for the entirety of chat. Someone in chat probably did something wrong. It's probably better to just admit chat's guilt, actually, than because you were a part of chat. Yes, but you were not the whole of chat, which is why you should say someone in chat did something wrong instead of speaking for all of chat. But you know, whatever it was, I'm innocent. I definitely did nothing wrong, and I'm not lying about this. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. Well, that's the wrong one. That's also the wrong one. That's the right one. Waterlungs. Hope it wasn't your scepter comment. No, it was probably some. Honestly, I would be shocked if, like, you guys could probably all just be spewing out swear words and it probably wouldn't demonetize the VOD, because I'm pretty sure it's just listening to what I'm saying, not what you guys are saying. So I probably referenced a dildo or something. Anyways, rip this VOD now. Convict a random member of chat for the demonetization to make YouTube have happy thoughts. This is how this works. Although, does YouTube really value the law? I don't think YouTube pays much taxes. Fell asleep last night. Did a prisoner get munched on? So a prisoner got munched on, and then instead of rezzing the body, my necromancer reported the crime of murder. Yeah, so now the necromancer lives with the vampire. They live up here together now. Yeah. You saw the short? Yep. But so then you already know the answer to your own question of if did someone get munched on. You already know this. Although on the bright side, the prison side of things is almost good to go here. For those of you who don't know, I am rigging up my prison to feed a vampire. And hopefully, turn them into zombies. How I Met Your Vampire? Well, I don't know if this is going to be a love story. But Boozehammer, the vampire, and Diamond Destruct, the necromancer, now live in this weird corner of the fort. And hopefully they'll have many sitcom adventures together. Generally, so far, fortunately, Diamond has a poor memory and is not musical. And Our vampire has a developed sense of empathy, which means he's horrified every time he has to kill someone. But don't worry. No matter how much empathy the vampire has, he's got 0 kill. 0 kill. I don't think male dwarves can make babies, so. But you know, PSO2 YouTubers habitually made sure that the words partisan, a spear weapon class, or left ring or right ring were never visible on screen at the same time for fear of getting demonetized. Wow. Yeah, I could see that, actually. Yeah, I could see that. Huh. 0 kill. Boreas, thank you very much for chucking a sub at Disco, who, by the way, has been subbed now for 35 months, courtesy of you. Very long time subscriber of the channel. Appreciate you. All right, so we are going to do the the update. Haven't done much on the surface. Claiborne went and punched a bunch of undead agitated polar bear people to death while wearing nothing but a thong and or a loincloth, not a thong, and a dress. So shout outs to that dwarf. That was a pretty glorious moment of combat. Just punching and biting them to death. Well, I mean, your dwarf is. I can't speak for you. This surface area is kind of like ugly looking. We have the entryway, which is also kind of and then this entryway goes down to here, which is the actual nice part of the fort. We have the Healing Waters, which is my Doctor Guild Hall, which did I ever actually finish? I never actually finished the Doctor Guild Hall. It's not actually worth enough. And then down here we got other guild halls. We've got my clothing industry, which is very unfinished and very fugly looking. We've got all of these different open spaces with bedrooms underneath them. I need to make more bedrooms, which is probably what we're going to be doing at the start. Someone tantrumed and broke a bunch of my stoneworker shops, which I need to fix. We've got this space over here. We've got all of this. I might actually make a quantum stockpile over there for all that crap over there. We've got this lovely workshop here. We've got a bunch of hammers on the ground for some reason. I need to figure out why. I actually am using quantum stockpiles in this fort. I don't know why there's clothing in the stockpile loader, but maybe one day I'll figure it out. It appears that we are out of charcoal because my charcoal stockpile is empty. We got some more bedrooms up here. The river, of course. And then the prison. The prison complex has this Etten over here who I can open up and show to the world by pulling the big guy lever. The big guy lever exposes the Etten to the world, which hopefully, in theory, spooks the necromancer into rezzing whoever just got eaten by the vampire back to life, but so far has proven to be very, 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 very ineffective. So that part's a shame. Then there's my office in the middle because I'm the captain of the guard because chat made me. Then we have this over here. We've got more guild halls. And generally the fort's pretty happy, actually. I mean, like, we've certainly, like, leaned over to the other side. Not so, on the happiness scale. We also have a temple that goes down here, which I think looks quite nice, which is tucked in the bedrooms. Got a couple little minecart rails. I'm going to be making more minecart rails today. Something I would like to do today is I would like to go down, and actually find the lava sea. And I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do that. If we're going to... We might use the lava sea to bring lava up. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We've got this cavern layer here, which is sealed off and safe. Which I'm not using for farming, funnily enough. I might do something with that, too. Something's fighting? Oh. Wait, what? What do you fight? Okay. I have a hammer dwarf who is stuck on the surface. How? You shouldn't be up here, Aegis. I mean, I guess you're just getting a kill count. Anyway, you should go back underground, is what you should do. All right, well, I can lock this again. Anyway, so now that dwarf gets back underground, this one's going to try and go above ground and doesn't. And as for the named dwarves in the fort, the named dwarves are Boozehammer, who's utterly ecstatic with his life. Look at how happy this dwarf is. Vampire, happiest dwarf in the fort. Who'd know? Devilish Potato, Acre, Ball of Lint, myself, Blood Odin, Broccoli, Bunch of Rocks, Chow Not Found, Blood Odin, Diamond Destruct, Alfie Bean, FG Squared, Frazier, Dry Sten, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Laya Gushka, McJerby, Earless Old Zwari, who's actually Earless Orange, Pie Jamming, Redbug, Rex, Ruby Squeakbird, Waraikaloo, Sentient Potato, Salty Tempest, Sterlonian, Stillinitis, Tacriel, Telenartho, Thok Don't Think, Umbra Eterna, Eurus McFinnigan, where was I? And Zed, Styx, and of course, what's Frank? And then I have some military dwarves that have lost their names. Do you have 2 dwarves? I think you might. I think you got gifted one. Blood Odin and... no, you don't. You have Cold-Blooded and Blood Odin. I don't see a second one named Blood Odin. That's the one. No, actually, Polly, I think I'm pretty sure you're still alive. The problem is military dwarves lose their names. So that's the next thing I'm gonna go check. So most of you guys have your names in the Hammer Polly's still alive. Dryston's still alive. Reichlo's still alive. Psycho Labs, whose Streamlabs is still alive. Aegis is still alive. Yeah. Do you think it skipped and it repeated on your side? That's kind of amusing. I'm getting added on Discord by somebody. Why?
It is I, Streamlabs.
Really?
And I have danced with the devil in the pale moonlight.
Oh, that's good to know. All right, so, what do we do first? I think bedrooms? How many dwarves need bedrooms? Obviously, the necromancer does, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 10 bedrooms, so 2 sets of 4. Not too difficult. Not too bad. I think we should cram some in here, actually. Because right here, I can go down like right there. Go up like right there. Go down like right there. Go up like right there. That'll be 1 set, which I can cram in here. So, second stream of the week for the main stream week. Off to a pretty good start, I think. I'm sitting at a weird angle. I've been ever since my last backpacking trip, I've been working out quite a bit, most evenings, which is good. It's about time I get back onto a semi-decent schedule with working out. I kind of fall in and out of love with like doing exercise stuff in my apartment. I think as most people do. It's not really like a New Year's resolution thing. It's just like sometimes I'm really good about it, sometimes I'm just not. The problem is right now I'm extraordinarily fucking sore. Has come streaming out of the gate. It'd be weird if I wasn't streaming out of the gate. Like if I was doing something else, that would be mighty strange. All right, let's roll over top of this. Oh. I went one too far. Wow, that actually cancels the designation. Interesting. All right, well. That gives me 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, the stream isn't spilling over. The stream's fine. It's exactly as full as it's supposed to be, I think. Kind of tempted to go up here and just, like, block this off up here. Just to let this flow better. 404 not found. What kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? I will scroll through slowly so you can get kind of an idea of the dwarves that are available. We got tons of miners due to the very successful active miners guild, although not many of them actually have pickaxes. I should probably actually just, you know, go through here and just go to miners and just be like, because we do have plenty of pickaxes available. Soldier, vamp, or necro. Vampire and necro are not available, so I can give you a soldier. I only have one necromancer and one vampire, and neither of them are available. They've both been named. But I can check with soldiers. You didn't give me a beard preference. Beard or no beard, I guess, is the question. Literally never going to happen.
Waterlungs army.
Diamond. Literally never going to happen. For one very specific reason. I work out in my underwear. So, yeah, no. No, thank you. Whichever has the higher skill, I'll give you this Mace Lord then. 404, not found. 404, Mace, not found. Which is funny, because I think you're equipped with a... No, it's not an artifact mace. Then why don't you have it? Okay, whatever. This dwarf is in a constant state of internal rage, probably due to Blind's comments about cars earlier. And he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, which is why he's still watching the stream. Is perhaps a bit foolhardily and is an overinflated sense of self-worth. I wouldn't say that. And it has a calm demeanor. Can sometimes act without deliberation, and it often feels discouraged. Is stubborn and has an active sense of humor. Well, that's good. Is quite confident with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can handle stress. He finds obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by this natural tendency, and he occasionally overindulges. Also, how are you feeling, by the way, Umbra? Better than yesterday. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, respects power and doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. He likes kilonite, lead, and shell opal, coal and maces and catapult parts, kobolds for their mischief, and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout and bayberry wine and absolutely hates cave spiders. You're passing acquaintance with a few people, you have no friends, and you're tired currently. You're an adequate organizer and a decent gem cutter. You're a member of the accidental season, and you're a member of the religion, the oily cult. Other than the internal rage, that's general. I mean, everybody's got some internal rage, right? It's a matter of kind of how you define it. All right, so they're digging out those. I'm going to do 4 more bedrooms up here, I think. Let's do 1 going down here. 1 going up here. Don't actually... Oh, no, I should have space right there. 1 going down right there. That was just eyeballed. Let's see. No, we good. All right, so we're going to let them start digging out that side. Mostly due to the Dayquil and NyQuil you've been taking. You had the worst sleep last night and missed your COVID testing appointment. Is it, like, hard to get the at-home tests over there these days? Because here it's still super easy. You just walk into any pharmacy and just be like, I need COVID tests at home, please. You don't see the point in it? True. I don't have any choice, though. I'm in a constant state of internal rage, but not because I don't see the point in it. It's because that's just how my brain functions. Or it doesn't. I need more of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into this corner, and I'm going to make a square out of shale. And I'm going to go up here. Material are these made out of? Dolomite. Why did I make those out of dolomite? I should have made them out of granite. Something accessible. At least I have some dolomite. They're expensive? Right, I live in Canada. Stuff's just free here. Your company won't accept those. That's strange to me. How's the giant puffin? Still puffin. I don't have a mate for it yet. The only two I've caught have been dead, which is weird to say, but yeah, I managed to catch two undead puffins and no living puffins, which kind of sad. Impress me, hello. Or just 10 USD. Well, that's not too bad, but yeah, no, they're literally like just free here. Well, the one you took yesterday expired today. It's probably like milk. You're fine for at least another week. It's like, does it smell? No? Okay, you're probably good then. Actually, Chad, very, very, very contentious discussion. How long is too long for milk before you, like, don't drink it? So for me, generally a week. And if it's almond milk, 3 weeks. Generally. $8 ain't so bad. Well, this'll speed things up just a little bit. You have to have a visceral bodily reaction of disgust in order to call the milk. So if you you just do like the whiff test where you just go, okay, nope, it's fine. It's fine. Doesn't make me want to immediately vomit. It's fine. Depends on the smell. If it's kind of opaque carton, it lasts over a month for you a lot of the time. Fair enough. That's interesting. It's like if it's cardboard, it's good. I wonder what that is. I wonder what the cardboard does that's different that like changes that for you guys. Because I'll be honest, like I've been on the I generally either use oat milk or almond milk, and before you guys at me and go, oh you friggin' like hipster or something, it's literally like because oat milk just has no carbs in, or oat milk has almost no carbs in it, and almond milk has no carbs in it. Which is why I go that route. It's like, yeah, it doesn't taste as good. It's not as good for cooking, and there's like not as much flavor to it and whatnot. But like it's literally just like it's easier for me to carb count. It's like that's why I go that route anyway. It basically doesn't expire compared to like normal milk. And I think in the entire amount of time that I've been drinking almond milk and oatmeal milk, I've had maybe one carton actually be like, okay, I can't drink this anymore. Unlabeled production test oat milk with no idea how old it was. Oh, was this like one of those like they send it to you for free things? And the wife is lactose intolerant. Fair enough. Yeah. Although I think the only thing that I won't use oat milk in is oatmeal because it's weird to put oat milk on oatmeal. It's like, oh, what are you putting on your oatmeal? Oat water. There's just something weird about that I just can't do. It's just so strange. It's like I put oat juice on my oats for reasons. Oh, we're out of beds. And I'm also out of wood, aren't I? No, I can make 3 more beds. Oh. Oops. I unforbid that garbage dump, and now there's a bunch of bodies here. Oopsies. I think you mean oated, but not goated. But yeah, no, there's just something about it that's just weird. Why does that dwarf have like 30 teeth? Because they got knocked out and shattered. Don't ask too many questions. It's fine. If you think about it too much, your brain will start to hurt. Oaten, the god of oats. I'm trying to think of like a Thor joke related to Oaten, and I can't. Your brain always hurts? It's called having psionic migraines debuff in CUD. Yes. Very crappy debuff. Not a big fan of it, personally. Helmets are so useful when you start getting headshot in like mid-game. You're like, what if I just had a helmet, though? And it's like, nope, you picked psionic migraines 21 hours ago, and you're like, fuck. All right. We're going to do some more roads, I think, on this side. We're going to use shale. You know, I can't wait until we get, what's the word? Proper sprites for roads, so that I will actually use roads instead of, you know, just making floors everywhere, because they are way more efficient. Like, significantly more efficient. But I just don't, because they're just that ugly gray color. I just want my roads to look nice. Can we please get roads that look nice? But also, something that I have to say, because I haven't said it yet today, chat, is thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Show me ugly gray color? And just, next you're going to say you're going to show me your bald spot. You can't put traps on roads, really? I guess I never thought about that, but yeah, I guess that sounds right. Well, thanks for watching, Boreas. I'm going to be very careful to not screw up your name anymore. Dwarves will ignore them anyway. The thing about roads, though, is like dwarves get happy thoughts from roads. So there is actually like a mechanical.
Labs 2 would like to thank you for being here. Your donation of metadata is appreciated.
You know what's funny is I don't have them whitelisted for cookies, unlike certain other sites that I use. I do not have them whitelisted for metadata. There's quite a few websites that I do where I'm just like, yeah, I use this site a lot, and like I kind of, it's not that I trust them, but it's like I kind of need this website to keep existing in the long term. But with them, nope. Logitech's got plenty of money.
I'm sure you think you have a lot of things.
Here's the thing. I'm better at the internet than maybe you're giving me credit for in this exact minute with this bit, but okay. Yeah, but then again, I do think I have a lot of things. I think I am entertaining and have a genuine personality and have friends. I'm going to go cry in the corner now. We'll see you when we see a sentient. Continue being a sentient potato. I'd sometimes like to think that I have friends that exist that don't just want things from me, like raids. That's why it's so hard to make friends in this industry. Generally, I just assume that people want me to boost their TikTok or something. I love that we have 2 Franks and 2 potatoes that have been frequenting the chat as of late. That's just very amusing to me. We've got, what? It's Frank. And then we've got Maffle's been found dead. What did you do, Arab? Arab, what did you do? How many kills do you have now? Okay, so you killed Depressed Cracked, the zombie reindeer cow. Well, that's probably for the best. And now you've killed Maffal. Why did you do that? Why'd you have to do that? Why did you grab him by the ear? Wow. You literally grabbed him by the ear, punched him in the hand, punched him in the hand with his right hand, bruising the fat, punched him in the lower body, okay, punched him in the upper arm, punched him in the upper body, how did he kill him? Punched him in the head with his right hand and the injured part explodes. Or punched her, rather. Now you're socializing. And Fob over here is like, dude, I've seen some shit. So now he's fighting with somebody else. Who on to now, Asmog? Oh, no, never mind. That was just stuff being cleaned up. I thought he was fighting with this guy. Nope, but is still throwing a tantrum. Is now listening to music. What kind of music are you listening to while it's throwing a tantrum like this? The Day Will Tell is an example of the Carmine Portal. The work has no particular subject, but the composition is inspired. It's a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Dread of Moons. The rules are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music. Well, I didn't see anybody reporting crime, but fortunately, you know, Asmog, I'm going to convict you twice. Now, I know you didn't eat the dwarf in the prison. I know that you're not a vampire, but you did just murder somebody in the tavern. So what's like, you know, a double or nothing deal here? I mean, come on. Like you killed one person and you also ate somebody else. So I'm just going to double up your sentence here for murder. Just because, frankly, I think not to be mean or anything here, Asmog, but you deserve it. So let me just go find Asmog down here, and we're going to convict you twice. Now, I know that the vampire who lives in the walls definitely did that, but you want to know the best thing is, chat? You guys made me captain of the guard, so because I'm captain of the guard, I'm definitely not corrupt or anything. And Asmog, congratulations, you just got 2 murder sentences. Afraid after experiencing trauma. I would be too, frankly. I would be too. So now let's see what you get for this. Let's apparently I'm pushing a track vehicle. So after I'm done pushing this track vehicle, let's see what happens. How's the pet vampire? Happiest dwarf in the fort. Not even joking. I'm gonna go beat the criminal now. Let's also pause real quick and just see actually what the sentence is. 225 days in prison and a beating. Excellent. I've gone mad with power. Have I now? I don't know about that. I mean, I do have a vampire in the walls and a necromancer in the walls, and I'm now going to go beat a criminal. So yeah, maybe I have gone mad with power. I'm gonna drink my coffee. Work into his forehead. More like. Naturally bioactive. Then block him in. I don't take requests from chat. I've got a much better idea here. I don't know when you tuned in, Bioactive, but chat can maybe give you hints as to what we're going to do to this laddie who, you know, has committed many a crime and a half in this fort. It's gonna be a bad day, but we've got better things than just simply walling a dude in. Walling a dude in is for less experienced players. When did I get the neckmans? He just immigrated sometime last stream. He just moved in. All right, so we beat him up, and now we're going to go chain him up while he's vomiting. He's injured. Well, that's good. Nauseous. Still vomiting. I wonder if this is going to be one of those infinite loops where the doctor's going to come rescue him and then I'm going to arrest him again. Have you ever seen that happen? Where the captain of the guard beats up a dwarf and then the doctor rescues the dwarf, and then the captain of the guard beats up a dwarf, and then the doctor rescues the dwarf, and then the captain of the guard beats up the dwarf, and then they just, like, that goes to, like, take him to the prison, and then the doctor rescues him, and then he goes to take him to the prison, and then the doctor rescues him, and then he goes to take him to the prison, and then the doctor rescues him, and then he goes to take him to the prison, and then the doctor rescues him, and then he goes to take him to the prison, and the doctor rescues him, and then he dies in the middle. I've seen that happen. Also, a force that is violent and dark has arrived, and nobody cares. It's fine. We don't worry about that. It's not much of a vile force of darkness. All right, so now that you're chained, injured, and haggard, just need to wait for you to fall asleep. And when you fall asleep, well, then I simply unlock a door. Mild force of darkness? Yeah, something like that. Speaking of, I should continue, like, actually setting up the more goofy side of this. All right, let's start hooking these up. I'm just going to have to pull all of these to open them up, but... Oops. The surface will probably has already dealt with the vile force of darkness, too. Because, like, the siege is already gone, if you notice. Yeah, it looks like they were fighting with... Kangaroo doe, right hand, a yak cow corpse, and some undead dwarves. We just need you to go to sleep. Are you creating vampire and undead dwarves? That's the hope. That's the plan, is to create vampire and undead dwarves. I have a... Well, actually, I should probably add the necromancer to it, too. I have this squad here, and what they do is when there is a... Well, rather, I have this squad here, which has a... Long story short, we have a squad that has a necromancer and a vampire in it that live in the walls. When a prisoner falls asleep, I release them into the cell and then spook them with the... looking for diamond in here. I'll just... Actually, wait, diamond's already in there. I just need to add the vampire to it. Adding the wrong person... Looking for the wrong person here. There you are. Wait, no. Yes. Avus. So I got these two that live in here, and when the prisoner goes to sleep, I let them in there, and then we spook them with this guy, the Etten. And then the Etten goes, "Bleh!" And then they go, "Bah!" And then they hopefully resurrect the zombie. Nobody laughs afterwards? That is actually quite funny. That is, in fact, quite funny. I will second that. We're getting all of these. Wait, what? Which one did I hook you up to? There you go. Caravan has arrived. Well, that's not good. I'm gonna leave the dwarves locked inside for a minute. Okay, so we are still assigned to the burrow. That's okay. And I'm gonna just get them to pull this lever and just kind of hope that they make it in. Because they might, but they also very much might not. Don't really have a ton of stuff to sell them. This isn't particularly optimal. I'll also send the military up here. Just in case. You wish that aluminum had more uses? It's basically just what, an expensive craft, right? My dwarves' souls? No, my dwarves are okay, generally. And I would actually say they're quite happy. My soul, though? Eh. Why does it need the Etten? Necromancers don't res bodies from the dead for no reason. They only res them when they feel threatened, so you need to scare them with something. So the Etten scares the necromancer into resing bodies. And also, I'm out of booze. That's a problem. You are not scared of an Etten? So here's the thing. The first time we tried to, and there's a short on YouTube already of this. The first time we tried to pull this off with like resing this dwarf, the necromancer went and simply reported the crime of murder, which is very funny to me. They won't return with new friends, no. Necromancers are not that flexible. Also, you don't really want to put necromancers into the military for a very specific reason. They're technically undead. Undead characters don't learn combat skills, unless that's been changed. So to my knowledge, if they are undead, they can't learn combat skills. And if they can't learn combat skills, they're unfortunately a giant penguin corpse. Oh my god. Okay, so giant penguins are amazing looking. Experiencing mortal fear. I would be too. Van Ori, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Cheers. You love them? Even the part where they're like beating to death one of their own? I mean, they're not emperor penguins, they're just penguins. Question is has... Yeah, I think the traders have left. Oh, nope, here they come. They've made it. They appear to be making it. Here they come. Sweet. Whew. Uses one of the others as a club. They're probably already using themselves as a club. That tickles your funny bone? They probably smell really bad. Undead, just like Club Penguin? You want giant pet penguins? I do too, but they need to wander into one of my cage traps first. Which turns out not always the most easy thing to do. I do have an undead polar bear mutilated corpse in a cage over here, though. Which is lovely. Did you really cancel trading to go eat? Lazy bastard. Definitely like rotting fish? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not a great scent. Definitely not the sort of thing you want to smell at any point in the day. Actual penguins already smell like rotting fish. You know, I would. That doesn't surprise me all that much. That checks out, I would say. Let's just real quick do the trading here. We're gonna mark all. We got 9,000 in value, which isn't a ton, but we can get all the wood. We can get the chopped liver and the fish, which isn't rotting yet, fortunately. The plump helmets, the raspberries, and the cheese, and check their bins. I mean, I don't actually need any of these bins, so I'm just gonna trade. I've got plenty of cloth. Let's jump over to diplomacy. And they say, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. I'm just going to ask for wood still. And they want blocks next year? I mean, that's easy enough. I'm going to queue up some more beds. We're going to make 10 of them. Actually, should be plenty, because I just bought a bunch of wood off of them. All right, no more trader required at depot. And I should be able to let the military go train. Except Aegis here, who's a genius, who's going to run off out into the wilds to go grab equipment. See what you grab. Wait, like you were actually in a penguin enclosure in real life? That's kind of neat, like in a zoo or something. Lenarno, hello. Please no fight with giant undead penguin. They are comically gigantic. Kind of just want to send the military in. All right, the new beard. You guys are going to go stand here. Because I'm going to go tell them to go fight with these guys. Oh, Sanctuary? Giant penguin zombies, yes. These aren't even emperor penguins. They're not the biggest penguins. Yeah, I too wish I could one day go to the giant the Church of the Giant Penguin. All right, military coming over. Make the move. I'm gonna just close the combat. Now they might also be killing this one, which is less than optimal, but the Hammerlord bashes the giant penguin corpse in the upper leg. I guess that's as high as they could reach, jamming the bone through the muscle and fracturing the right bone's hip. The Hammerlord bashes the giant penguin corpse in the head with her silver warhammer, fracturing the skull. Well, good for you, Penguin Bane. That's one. Let's see. Clay Commander over here appears to be bashing him and bashing him and bashing. Doesn't really have much to say, but is bashing the giant giant penguin corpse in the neck with Lick Bottomus, the silver mace artifact from the beginning of the fort. Actually, I wonder how many kills you have with Lick Bottomus yet so far, which is a pretty good name. I am Dresden is bashing them as well. That's 3 of them down. Aside from the mortal fear part, we're going to send the military back down to go train. And we have freed the giant penguin. I wish I could make you my friend. Can I? Okay, you don't seem super interested in moving, but I definitely can't build a cage trap underneath you. But maybe what I could do... I could build a cage trap like right here, right? And then I could go around the edge of you, like this. And then just like, you know, casually add this to this zone. You know, just casually. Go over here and erase this. Erase this. Unlock this. Fly over here. And we're about to be hit by an ad. All right, let's see if we can acquire a giant penguin. No, they won't come back to life again because they're all mangled. Yeah, they're mangled. Mangled corpses don't come back. Giant penguin is fighting with what? Oh, it's passing out from exhaustion. It keeps passing out. Oh, poor giant penguin. Has the vamp eaten yet? Oh, we need to go check in on the vampy. Actually, more importantly, has Duder here fallen asleep yet? Nobody is thirsty. I need him to fall asleep. But this is currently more important. We do have a lot of time. It's so unsightly. The snow is unsightly? So if Pengy over here is ever actually able... They're just like walking around it. All right, let's do that. And just move. There you go. Just move them. Perfect. Unsuspend it once again. They're destroying. Oh, I see. They are removing the corpses of the big undead guy. What does the nobles want? Ballista arrows X. I wonder. Game, will you let me place a cage trap directly underneath something? He does keep falling asleep, which means maybe we can occupy the same space as him for a second. Also gonna get these bodies removed from here. Hold on. Let's remove the erase tool. There you go. To do them one by one, if you go over to the tasks screen and scroll down, you can see every single listed order. And so if there's suspended orders, you can be like, I want to make, well, these are suspended for a specific reason. But you can go through and you can mass unsuspend everything just by clicking them in there. There used to be an unsuspend all button with DF hack that we might get in the main game eventually. You have no idea how to make a cell with bridges and a floor, drop naughty dwarves into... I mean, yeah, you could probably do that. The problem is you can't build a chain on a drawbridge, so it might require some finagling. Works on current. Yeah, I don't like the enable all though. Here's the problem. I have lots of forbidden jobs that are forbidden for a reason. All right, well, we'll just let him do that up there. And we just need to wait for you to sleep. You just found the orb seller in Warsim. There you go. Yeah, but then you're not imprisoning them. That's not imprisoning. That's cheating. You're not actually chaining them up. You're not actually convicting them of a sentence then. This, we're actually convicting them of a sentence and chaining them up. This is legitimate. Whereas I would argue If you're just putting them in other thing, then With your favorite flavor of water? Sure. Now that is more legitimate. I like actually operating with the crime setup though. It's a fun system for me. Spicy water, you mean? Sometimes things just need to become acquainted with the spicy water pit. Now we just wait for Dwarfy here to sleep. You almost filled your map with spicy water earlier today? Oh my. At least it's moved slowly and the dwarves can walk around it. So in order to actually do this... Uh-oh. I have to... Apparently he committed another crime. How much longer is your sentence now, Asmog? Another 25 days, probably. So the actual kind of hysterical thing about this... is I could let the... So I'm gonna have to remove myself from my own job. Captain of the Guard. I'm gonna have to remove myself from this job when I actually do this. Because if I don't, then the necromancer might just try and report the crime again and get stuck in an infinite crime report loop. Maybe a tile with one tile that is not bridge? Sure, but they might just, like, step off of it, right? They might step onto the right thing. Also, if there's a tile there, they could grab onto the edge and get stuck. Things is okay. Soaps and yourself? I'm waiting for a dwarf to fall asleep so I can set the vampire on him. Just normal dwarf fort. And it's possible to channel underneath the penguin and drop him into the cage trap. Based on how injured the penguin is, it might just kill him, but maybe. This is my priority, though. Oh, throwing a tantrum. Great. Uh-oh. Well, this is good. So... the giant penguin has met a new challenger. Which is a undead polar bear arm. Polar bear person arm, pardon me. They can't topple the chains that they're attached to, fortunately for us. Getting wailed on by an arm. It's an army, if you know what I'm saying. All right, so now we wait. Oi. You're supposed to go stand over there. There, you big dummy. Station right there. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's unfortunate for them. That'll probably get us up to 200. Kaylee B, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately what job? And beard or no beard? All right, we'll put the vampire in charge of the squad then. As Diamond is refusing to move, which is something. Values the law, apparently. So, like, rancid. Define rancid in this instance, like angry. Let me just sneeze. Maybe it's because this is locked. What do you even... Just some dude coming into your cell waiting for you to fall asleep. Nothing weird going on here. The actual weird thing is why is Diamond doing nothing? All right, well, okay. Just gonna go into this squad real quick here. Disband it. You, Diamond, are going to get an office. This is gonna be your office for right now. Go stand there. There he goes. Also, I think I let the vampire out. Wait, hold on. No, you didn't. Oh, fuck me. I have to let the necromancer out. Well, here goes this entire comedy bit. I do actually have to let him out, or he's gonna go insane. Well, the necromancer's fine. It's ruining my roleplay. The necromancer's not gonna cause any problems. But this is really throwing a wrench into my plans here, though. Because you see, he wants to attend a meeting, which means he's getting stressed. Okay, so I have to lock this door. The vampire values the law, though, so vampire understands. All right, well, I'm gonna... All right, well, if you get eaten, you get eaten. So, a rancid girl, you say. So if you mean rancid by angry, I could give you toasted over here. Just an awful person so angry can... So little person so angry can work. Well, I mean, I could give you the slightly less angry person. Like somebody that's less likely to get fed to the vampire. I could give you this soldier who's pretty angry. I guess I don't know what rancid means in this instance. I don't know if that's such a thing. Arrow. No, because then I'd have to make multiple offices, and I ain't doing that shit. Mammals. You'll take the soldier? Okay. Well, you're almost nice years old. She is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, and does not often feel discouraged. She tends to avoid crowds and does not go out of her way to help others, and is troubled by this since she truly respects sacrifice. She's a little wasteful when working on projects and tries to keep her things orderly, and she has an active imagination and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and sees the acquisition and use of power over abhorrent, and would have all masters toppled. She believes that those who sacrifice for others should be truly respected, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and does not care about art one way or another, and dreams of raising a family. Catan likes porcelain, steel, white opal, coffee wood, naff fabric, the sight of the adoration of butterflies, and impossible prefers to consume lungfish, celery, and pineapple wine, and hates hamsters. And, worships Zass and has no friends. Feels satisfied after teaching dodging, though. Max amount bug? What's that? Never heard of this bug, if I ask. All right, let's follow you. Oh yeah, definitely fuck those hamsters, IHQMD. But don't fuck the hamsters, but. What's coffee wood? I don't know why wood self-references wood twice now. Started doing that a couple versions ago. Oh no, are you going back to prison? Oh, God damn it, me. Hold on, I have to fire myself. Right, I did release you from prison, didn't I? Well, okay, so I have to remove myself from my role. That's not a bug, though. It'll fix itself when you refresh the stream and the timer's up. It also means that you're desynced, so someone else got it first. It's not a bug. Not a bug. It's just your own delay to the web browser. Jailbreak again! Although maybe I'll actually let him sit there for a minute. So that he can eat this guy. Can you go to sleep, please? I'm actually not sure if they can resurrect things whilst... Well, at least he likes his fine restraint. Definitely a skill issue. Anyway, I'm going to deconstruct this. Which means, is this guy going to wear 2 chains? No, he's not, just the one. Saigon, the animal caretaker, has been possessed. We'll pay a little bit of attention to that. Apparently no longer wants to, just something hysterical about this. Sweet, well, now I just have everybody where I want them, sort of. Unless you decide you want to attend another meeting, which fucking hope you don't. Go to sleep, Arab. Or maybe I just wait until Arab die. I'm also going to reassign myself back to my job. Apparently I'm a proficient leader, chat. Ironically, they generally would, unless they're in combat, because, like I said, necromancers only res things from the dead if they are actively threatened. So they have to be in a state of combat in order for that to work. And if they're not in a state of combat, then no. They will lose patience. It's easy to meme about, though. I mean, I'm trying here. Why are you pinning all of this on me? All right, let's see if this is actually close enough. Oh, god damn it. I'm trying to attend to me again. All right, I gotta fire myself so I can let this guy out. Leave vacant. Yeah, he's not even in combat in this location anyway, so. Wait. No, not this one. This one. I'm gonna lock this. I'm going to pull this lever. I wonder what kind of skills you have. Quite some time. I don't know about being alive for quite some time, but you were really pissed at one point. You're a legendary planter, brewer, competent miller, novice beekeeper, and a dabbling thresher, and a proficient bone carver, but you're very rusty because I never do that. You avoid excitement, and you actively avoid exciting, stressful situations, and you seem to just be brewing. You're 76 years old, which is middle-aged for a dwarf. That should close. There we go. You'll come up here. Dilphomasaurus. I always feel like I'm butchering that name whenever I say it, but thank you very much for the tier 1 for the 3rd month. Oh, actually, hold on. The problem with necromancers is they're such delicate souls. Oh no, ghost. Has risen and is haunting the fortress. What's your name? Vabok. Well, I mean, it's a dwarven fortress, so plump helmets and pigtails, and some cave wheat. Unless you're talking about real life, in which case I'm not sure. Yeah, this is very much an underground. We don't have any surface crops for it. Not sure why you walked up to that corner first. I'll add a couple extra chairs. And I'll throw in 2 statues. And a statue. See if that makes you happier with your surroundings. You want to acquire something and do a few other things. Well, necromancer, you can go and exist in the world for a little bit. Oh, shit. That's kind of neat. Saigon the Animal Caretaker has created Seb Itrul, a shale throne, and offers it to the Whales of Drowning. That's pretty cool. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for that subscription resub for 3rd? Are you trying to scare a necromancer into animating something? That's the hope. It's not working. We've had a lot of setbacks. because I'm trying to do it with a vampire, which makes things very difficult. If I wasn't doing it, if I was just like drowning people, it would be much easier. But because I'm using a vampire, it's kind of tricky. This is a shale throne. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round shale cabochons, and on the item is an image of trillion cut gem in shale. It's a very simple little throne, but hey, it's a throne. 283 viewers. I mean, that's kind of low for me, actually. So I don't know if you're trying to compliment me, but it's generally like against Twitch etiquette to go around stating people's view counts. Yeah, that is actually kind of low for this channel. So thanks for commenting on that, I suppose. Maybe next time don't do that. All right, let's do this. That. Just remember, it's generally kind of rude to go around yelling streamers' view counts into their chat. Regardless of if the number is high or not. Most streamers don't like it. Right. Siltstone, get more of these bedrooms set up. Your viewer count is 0? Why don't you watch your own stream? You could 100% increase it. Like, actual genuine question. Why aren't you monitoring your own stream? I mean, I have my own stream up in a tiny little window in the corner here, just so I can make sure I'm still streaming. Because every now and again, like, it'll go offline and it's hard to tell. Also, like, between multiple devices in your house, you could probably bump that view count up to like 3 or 4. If you have any actual intentions on growing on Twitch, my advice to you would be to open up your stream on your phone, mute it, plug it in. Open up your stream on your tablet, mute it, plug it in. Open up your stream on your second computer if you have one, mute it, plug it in. And DM 2 or 3 friends and ask them to hang out in your chat, and then your view count is 8, and then you actually have a chance of growing, unlike if you let it sit at 0. But, you know, if you're just streaming for the heck of it, then have them. Infinite percent, 100%, same thing. Not the same thing, I know, don't worry about it. Don't ever buy a botnet, and ban all the bots that offer you, like, actual channel, like, views, because they don't work. They'll just get you banned from the site, which doesn't help anybody. That would be a 100% decrease, or an infinite percent decrease, as chat was very kind to point out just now. In views, in fact. But yeah, no, I mean, if you actually want to stream, you should do that. Don't ever buy a botnet. It's true. Best advice I've given all day. All right, let's lock your door again. All right, so necromancer, you go to where you're supposed to be. $31 viewers, not so bad. You know someone who who in your life thinks they're an influencer on Instagram, but all their followers are blatantly scam and bots? How many followers do they have, if I can ask? These aren't bedrooms. These are prison cells. I'm feeding dwarves to a necromancer / vampire combo to try and make zombies, and it's not working. Few hundred? Sorry, to make any money on an Instagram, you need a few thousand minimum. And also they need to be actual people, and you need engagement ratings. Also, anybody who unironically hopes to be an influencer in their life needs to rewire their brain. Oh no, I just let the vampire out. Well, at least I noticed. Vampy's out. Mm-hmm. The best part is none of these bedrooms have doors on them. All right, so Vampy. Okay. Let's I did make a burrow for him. Which is just that room. See if he listens. I don't expect him to. He's gonna go eat somebody, isn't he? Going for Joe True, methinks. No, you're not. Ha! Get wrecked. Uh-oh. Who's he going for now? No, Penguin did not get captured yet, or I would have seen it in one of my stockpiles. Oh! Perfect timing. Party music. Zero kill. See? Zero kill. Oop. Where are you headed? Maybe I should reassign myself. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm gonna reassign myself. Oh, what? Did you have a change of heart? Oh, you're reporting a crime. He's reporting a fucking crime! I love this game. Whose crime are you reporting now? I pulled the wrong lever. It's fine. I want to report the crime. I am a vampire, you see. Uh-oh. Hold on, what? Oh, yay, we found a dwarf that was completely drained of blood. Also, necromancer's been rechained up, which is fucking funny. Which lever is connected to you? This one? Okay. Have you reported a crime yet? Fun things are happening? Nah, debatable. Well, he reported the crime, so Asmog Black did something. Oh my god, was he reporting as... Wow! So, remember how I had the vampire hanging out in the prison cell with that prisoner? That prisoner tantrumed. So he was reporting the disorderly conduct of the prisoner that he was standing in the cell with. Is what he... After he murdered someone and was going to murder someone else and then went and reported a crime instead of murdering a third person. That's just funny. So I'm going to interrogate Vampy here and see what we can get out of him. First, I gotta find him. There you are. And I'm gonna try and... Did I unlock those? I don't want to accidentally, like, starve dwarves to death because I locked them in their bedrooms. I'm going to follow Vampy here, and we're gonna see how many more dwarves I can kite him away from eating. It's not... Well, I mean, clearly, he's an innocent dwarf. 0 kill. See, like, innocent dwarf. Never killed anybody. 0 kill, in fact. Dusum is sleeping. Fortunately, Dusum has a trapdoor. I've saved Dusum, probably. Now he's pathing for somebody else. Door test. Locking that. Where are you going for now? Uh-oh. Well. Oops. I'm kind of tempted to just lock him in there. Wait, hold on. Did the herbalist just witness that? Maybe not. Wait, hold on. Now you're reporting another crime. What crime are you reporting now? Please tell me you're pinning it on the other guy. Okay, 2 dwarves have been found. Okay, I've got another. I got some memorials. I gotta do real quick. This is just way too entertaining. Like, Aban, that one, and Dusum. Dusum Zeph. As long as he doesn't eat anybody who's named, this is just way too entertaining. So you're getting interrogated now with trying to pick up equipment. Okay, so he just reported his own murders, actually. He just reported 2. 2 murders. He just reported. But it was almost... It wasn't quite like the tavern dance music. It was... Or rather, it was all... The tavern dance music almost acted as a yakety sax. Almost. It's like, nope. Okay. Let's see what we find out from this interview. So we're going to follow him while he gets interviewed. Uh-oh. I should probably, Oh. He's stumbling around obliviously. Boy, oh boy. I will set up the chamber once again. All right, so what did we discover from you? Okay, the interrogation is over. The subject confessed to murder. After we made intimidating remarks, the subject naively complied. I'm now going to interrogate him a second time. For the second murder. Meanwhile, he's just walking off. Wait, no, you come back here. You come back here. But actually, does he still have 0 kill? Still 0 kill. 0 kill. He's not a very good liar. How many kills do you have? 0. Sure. And he confessed to the murder. Very naive vampire. He also reported his own crimes. So, you know, shoutouts, I suppose. So, let's see what your conviction is. Damn. 449 days. That's pretty intense. Even by Dwarf Fortress standards. He's guilty after being confined. Meanwhile, necromancer is humiliated. Cocky instead of naive? Stupid is a word I would use. Although I wonder, actually, did that count for both of them? $448 days now. Asmog Black gets another 196, and Diamond gets 211 for espionage. Yeah, I don't know, Chad, about this whole plan. This plan is goofy as fuck, and I still want to try and make it work, but maybe for right now we need to... What are you doing? Oh, you're hauling boulders out. Okay. I'm thinking for right now, maybe we need to, like... give him a break. Yeah, no, I mean, everybody has beds assigned to them. And I'm going to forbid his bed so nobody sleeps in it. It's actually the necromancer that I'm worried about. So if I deactivate the prison zone and release Diamond, he'll just get a beating and then gets to go back to being a dwarf. 0 kill. 0 kill. So that's, I think, what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock this dwarf in. And I'm going to lock him in. No, they don't need to eat and drink now. Keller. But I don't want him to go insane. Although it's pretty easy to mod your game so that they do need to eat and drink, but... You might want to be a killer in DF? Maybe not. You might be slightly misunderstanding how that it works, but... Yeah, they've always had unmet needs about eating and drinking. Always. It's why they have problems with going insane. Actually, I'll just delete the dungeon cells. And I don't think I can just unassign you. But I can just delete your chain. What's up in this fort so far? That's a long story. Maybe chat can fill you in if you ask some questions. But it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Nope. Not to my knowledge. I think it removed their needs and made their needs less, like, concerning, but... I mean, I can stare at him and see, but... He's astonished that his punishment has been reduced, because his punishment has been reduced, and, Necro Dumbass can now go do his own thing. I was released from confinement. What a relief. And then gets beaten by this shitty here. So apparently a giant penguin feather has been reanimated. Do I have a giant penguin that is caged? I get one? I know I have a llama. Nope. But I do have a... Apparently I caged a giant undead penguin skin. Or I had... That's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe the last patch changed them, but if that's the case, then I'm not familiar. I haven't seen or heard anything about that. All right, how are you doing? Guilty while being confined. That's also not good. I would really like to let this vampire out, but in order to do this, I have to be very, very, very careful. I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to unlock this door. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to release this. All right, Deller, you are a criminal. Then I'm going to lock this. Then I'm going to unlock this. I'm going to unlock this. Then I'm going to lock this. Then I'm going to unlock this. And let Vampy be relieved after Vampy got released early. And then I'm going to lock this. I'm going to double check that all those are locked, which they are, in fact. And I can pull this lever. I can, what's the word? Well, we'll just reassign these as prisons. My necromancer's been released. The vampire's back up into the walls, and everybody wins. Oh, especially the vampire. Vampy here, you can just go start smoothing things. Also, Vampy, you've now apparently acquired a pet peacock. You can't put a space in between them. In regards to cheering. Let's see. Do I have any more slabs? Nope. Be all of them. I don't know if I've done this one yet. Yes. No, it has not. Okay. Let's see. Where is necromancy? Oh, you poor dwarf. I'm just gonna let necromancer just exist for a bit. And I'm also kind of curious. I'm curious if you're correct that they need to eat, that they will actually eat and drink now. Because I don't actually know. I'm assuming they don't, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, so we'll find out. I was able to rest up. The guilt is almost unbearable. Well, it's going to go make rock blocks. Thinking I remove your assigned tasks. What I'm going to do. And somehow Vampire managed to get new clothing. Not actually sure how. I learned again that prisoners need room. You just threw a bunch of cages in a moldy cave and called it a day. So you can do that, but they will get very upset. They also need food and drink. But then there's this one where I'm just actually going to... You know, here's the thing. I don't actually care if this guy gets eaten. But I kind of hope he does. Even if he doesn't get resurrected, because that dwarf is just a problem. That dwarf is a menace. Frankly, I think he deserves it if he gets eaten. I go place a bunch more hatches in case the vampire gets out again. Oh, probably, actually. I mean, how else do you think vampires get new shoes? They're obviously like trophies from their victims. It's like a Dexter thing, you know? Or like that one show where he keeps their teeth. Right. Oh, no, I don't actually want to put them on those. You're still making rock blocks. I've seen every single episode of You. It's an okay show. It's like Dexter if it was a chick flick. It works. That's the one where he keeps their teeth. At least I think he keeps their teeth. Anyway. Uncanny Dwarf Item is a book. I have no idea what it is because it's not in my fort. But it's some sort of item in the world somewhere. But I'm not actually familiar with what it is. All right, well, enough of that shenanigans. I'm just going to kind of hope that the Vampy eats this guy. Or he'll just die. And either way, it's fine. I don't actually care that much with this guy. Although, I could also call tell Necro Dumbass to go hang out over here in this thing, and we can maybe startle him back to life. We'll sort of try that, I guess. Gonna add kind of this area to it. And remove this area from it. And maybe like the corner of this so you don't get killed by the drawbridge. Vampy can have that turned off. And Necro Dumbass can be told to go stand here in a minute. I just migrated here. I don't have a book. I haven't even sent out a raid yet. There's a short on my YouTube channel where instead of raising a dwarf from the dead, in this setup, he went and reported the crime of the murder instead. So, yes, Necro Dumbass. Some animosity. Slight animosity. It's quite literally become a vampire sitcom. It's been a journey. Just some. I mean, is it animosity or is it amusement? Eh? Oh, phew. A ghost would fit in well. Unfortunately, ghosts aren't as controllable as I wish they were in some ways. Although I did one time have a ghost that joined my military. That was a pretty good time. All right, Necro Dumbass, let's get you over here. What are you doing? Oh, you're just getting a drink? It looks like they're patrolling here, but they're actually just going to the pub. Oh, I'm understanding all of a sudden why there's just like random dead animals popping up. It's because apparently the migrants brought a bunch of undead things again. Very not useful. Things that will die. Commander Honk, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? And approximately what job? I think you know the by this point. Horrified upon being haunted by the dead. Well, you know what? I think you deserve that. And sweet. Beardless fighter. I should have a beardless fighter. Everybody wants the bearded ones for some strange reason. Let's give you the Hammer Lord. And of course, I'll have to give you the Hammer Honk job. Hammer Honk is utterly fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and she is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She is very slow to anger, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She has a tendency to go it alone and without considering the advice of others, and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She is very humble, and she rarely feels grievances. And she rarely feels discouraged. There you go. And she doesn't hold on to grievances, and she generally acts with impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Duh. She personally views any show of emotion as vain and offensive, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes cobaltite, bronze, and kunzite, and the color raw umber and warhammers and cavies for their adorable call. And the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume giant peach-faced lovebird, and bayberry wine, and bumblebee, and royal jelly, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Welcome to the fort. Your masculinity is at stake? Well, what a shame. If a dwarf doesn't require alcohol, they're actually not a dwarf. Like, just straight up, they're not a dwarf. Just need you to fall asleep. I just need you to fall asleep. Just need you to fall asleep. I just need you to fall asleep. Please. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, I see it's set to erase. Go to sleep. Trust is earned and not by many. Uh-huh. Getting used to tragedy, like most dwarves. Gonna make a real quick deviant veil, which I think is just, yeah, no particular deity. There you go. You can go pray now. Go stand in that tile and pray. So here's the thing about dwarves, right? Humans, like, we're what, 70% water? Dwarves are 70% alcohol. Blood Odin. So like it's not that they are alcoholics. It's just how they work. It's just how they work. You know, I always say this, but people like to think that people hear what they want to hear, not what was being said. Tyler. Hear what they want to hear, not what was actually being said. We'll see you, Boreas. Thanks again for correcting me in your name. Fine! You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna let them both go do their thing. I'm just gonna let them both go do their thing. We're gonna go mess around with more fun projects because this project is misbehaving. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what ended up happening with that giant penguin. I have 2 caged walruses, which I need to get back to. I've got a rotten undead puffin. I've got a bunch of random llamas and shit. Apparently an ice wolf corpse. And I do have a caged giant penguin skin. So maybe it died. We butchered it. Or something. At least one was in a cage. Kind of seems that way. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to... So I kind of got 2 options. What would you guys prefer more? A sport arena where I put all of the zombies into an arena and make my military kill them. And I could, like, build it in an area where it looks like the dwarves are watching but don't actually watch them. Option number 1. Option number 2, release them onto the surface. What do you guys think? You guys want an arena? I'm down. It's not that much effort. I mean, I'm just going to kind of have this perpetual room of zombies that's just going to kind of grow. I already have all the disposal stuff set up, so like that part's not too hard. We got plenty of space in this area. It's just a matter of figuring out where to put it. But yeah, we could totally do an arena. Thunderdome. Thunderdome! So I've kind of got this tavern over here in the corner over here. I've got this tavern over here. I'm thinking we make it like up in this area. Like we could kind of do it like this maybe. I just kind of want a construction project, really. I could, actually I could make it into like a little obstacle course thingy. That's my line. Just adding D's nuts onto things for no logical reason. I mean, we could do that. I think it work. Do you think that we're both hilarious? I don't know if I would say that I'm hilarious, so I'll take the compliment. All right, let's throw shale right there. And obviously, I need it to go down 2 layers. And I could have a minecart route that goes up to here and then dumps the bodies into here so that they can be whooshed down into here and then tossed. Uh-oh. I didn't realize there was so many zombies down there. Maybe I should, like, pull this lever. Like, it seems like a bit of a problem. Did the vampire suck on his victim's room? Chat, Phil Boozehammer in on his antics. Please Phil Boozehammer in on their vampires' antics. You gotta go, Lyndon. We'll see you when we see you. Have a good Wednesday. Yeah, this is more just going to be a military training ground at this point, though. I mean, obviously, Talon isn't a prince. You're playing make-believe and decently happy. You're currently hanging out in the hospital. You felt fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. You didn't feel anything after seeing a dwarf's dead body, and generally you're fine. You never feel discouraged. Still dream of mastering a skill. And you're 5. Dabbling planter. Don't kill any dwarf, keep away from 0 kill. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? He's killed multiple dwarves, still at 0 kill. I mean, do you want me to put you in the military? I try to not put named dwarves in the military unless they want to be in the military. I still need to sneeze. This is becoming a rapid issue. You're a minor, apparently. I mean, your dwarf would be fine in the military. Like I just said, I just try not to put them in the military. Unless they want to be in the military. There you are. It's funny, I've got like literally no dwarves that have relevant fighting skills. It's kind of hysterical, actually. But for a few dwarves that have like random fighting skills. I don't have a guide because it would be very, 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 very long. Basically, all you really need to know is if you want to put a dwarf in the military, at the very least, if you want them to be happy in the military, they need to dream of mastering a skill. That's all that you really need to know. And then aside from that, it's just, do they want to make art? Put them in a crafty skill. If they dream of raising a family, it doesn't matter so much. And that's about it. But there certainly are like skills that you can end up giving dwarves where they will get upset. So it's kind of just practice makes perfect kind of thing. But yeah, that's all I can really say is just like, if you want to put dwarves into the military, they need to at the very least dream of mastering a skill. Otherwise, they're just going to hate their lives. It is pretty intuitive, yeah. Like, think about it for a little bit. It's like, does a dwarf want creativity? Okay, well, maybe either make sure that they're doing some sort of crafting specifically or like clothes making or something. Does a dwarf want to make a great work of art? Okay, allow them to do some crafting or clothes making or something. You know what I used to do actually in the olden days for the older version of the game, when you had to specifically assign skills to every single dwarf. Any dwarf that dreamed of crafting a masterwork, I would just put on clothes making and weaving, just by default. But now, because it's a lot more fluid and they can just kind of go do what they want, the only one you really need to worry about is military. And like I said, I usually just be like, okay, you dream of mastering a skill? Okay, join the military. I mean, I'm not certain that actually does anything, giving them materials that they want for their bedrooms. Like, genuinely, I'm not certain that actually does anything. It might, but not really in my experience. Wish that you could paint tool constructions instead of having to make rectangles every time. I wish that I was more I wish I was better at tolerating people who kept on asking for things that might happen, but aren't super likely to happen, in my experience. And I just wish that you were happy with what you had because of what this game was before. But for me, it's just frustrating seeing those repeatedly because I'm like, I know what this game was like before. And how playable it is now. And all I see is people complaining. And it's just like, I know that you just like the thing and you want it to be better, but it's really frustrating from my perspective to just, you know, think about, like, know what this game was before. And just look at how much it's improved for a minute. It's like, I get you want things to be better, and I do too, but it's just frustrating. I don't understand how that's controlling profit. Like, wink. Think about that question for a second and answer it yourself and wonder about how many times I've played version 47 since version 50 came out. Layagushka, hello. Oh, fuck. I hate it when people are just like, this mod should be in vanilla. No. I like vanilla, thanks. This shit drives me nuts. The only thing that should be in vanilla is exactly what the developer wants to be in vanilla. Uh-oh. Did I just crashed the game? Yep, I did. I found a repeating crash. That's the second time I've done that. When did the game save? That's actually a known bug. No crashing mod should be in vanilla. Definitely. That's a platform I can get behind.
Crypt Y.
Crypt, why not? Cooking with vanilla in DF? What plant is vanilla? Vanilla bean? I don't think that exists currently. No, that's a repeatable one that I did by accident that's known. All right, well, we get to redesignate that. Actually, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I basically just lost my designations here. Yeah, no, that one's a repeatable one. I'm actually familiar with that crash, believe it or not. Just kind of absent-mindedly did it. It's if you click on the icon of a building the exact second it gets constructed, the game sometimes crashes. It's a known bug. Mad King live with the Prime. If anybody else has Prime and we can get 2 more of those, that would actually hype train. But thank you very much. Oh well, for whatever it's worth, I think we should make it squarer. I'm also going to dig around this and dig the whole area out and make it into kind of like an entertainment district. And the way I'm going to kind of set this arena up is because they're just going to be zombies, right? Which is how I can fit this in my brain of the Dwarven Ethics Code. Is we're just going to be fighting zombies, right? So the dwarves are going to run down in, and the zombies are all going to be kind of down here underground, and they're going to be released out the side, and the dwarves are going to run in from the top. But thank you very much for the Prime. Let's do that again. But yeah, we didn't lose much. Lost maybe 2 minutes of progress. Are we talking about animals in Dwarf Fortress, or are we talking about Vanilla Bean? Holly. Because you might be talking about either, and I can't actually tell currently. I'm assuming you mean Vanilla Bean. But interesting. I know almost nothing about Vanilla Bean. Aside from that, I have some very fancy vanilla extract that was not cheap. Well, interesting. Let's see how much wood I actually have. Now, you want to bake something? I mean, I made brownies recently. Can recommend making brownies. I have 87 logs. Okay. Let's make 87 charcoal. So I'm pretty sure I actually have enough beds now to get everybody a bed. 12 more beds. Let's do cabinet. Let's do chests. I'm out of chests. All right. Noted. Take them down, burn it around. Burn it around? Why don't we just burn them down? Like, skip some middlemen. I mean, I would, no one will find me. I would recommend doing a, advanced world gens shenanigans and, increasing volcanic activity a whole bunch. It's running from a aquifer. It's actually not very deep. It's quite shallow in most spots. There's a few spots where it's quite deep, but mostly it's like 1s and 2s. It comes down from this tiny little light aquifer here, but I've been thinking about like increasing the flow rate. So essentially what I did was I channeled up into this aquifer along here so that it goes up here. In fact, maybe I'll do that right now since I'm here. But essentially I just kind of dig this pattern so that they channel up and in, which just increases the flow so that more and more and more water dribbles out, and then it, slowly flows down into here and gives us a little river. It's quite lovely. And then I have this little floodgate up here at the top so that if there is an emergency and I need to stop the water flow, I can do that. City looks great. Thank you. Actually, I was about to say, is it a metropolis? No, it's actually a city. But yeah, no, I mean, the water flows down here, and then it just kind of goes around, and dwarves are constantly getting baths, although it doesn't actually have enough flow. It doesn't get all the way to the end of this bit here. But yeah, I have a couple little water wheels, and it's quite efficient. Yeah, you're making like that's literally what you're doing? I mean, maybe what you could try and do is make it into a, well, actually, hold on, I need to go look at your world. Okay, so what you're doing is you're doing one large landmass. I would say set them up as an island or an archipelago, but you might have a hard time getting neighbors then. Also, archipelago, by the way, top 5 best English words. It's up there with fuck for best English words, in my opinion. It's just a fun word to say. There are a few words that are as good as archipelago. Which, by the way, was taught to me by a video game. I first heard the word archipelago while playing Tropico. Of all fucking things. Because in Tropico, you play on archipelagos. I mean, isn't most of the English language on loan from other languages? Like, it's like a language that's largely butchered from other languages. All right, let's do that word. Chat scrolled and your brain combined meme threats only in Booze Hammer's message and you thought it said English the fighting pits. I mean, it. You're not too far off, actually. I don't know if I would disagree with that. English kind of is the fighting pits of languages. And I'm pretty sure the English have plenty of fighting pits. So both of these, like, statements check out, actually. It's funny when chat scrolls and then 2 sentences get combined, because there's definitely been moments in my life where I've been streaming and then chat scrolls and I misread something because I think that somebody wrote something that they didn't because 2 sentences like got combined, and then I just go off on a tirade about something completely unrelated and everybody's confused. It's definitely happened before. Two words enter, 1 word leaves. I mean, I suppose. Well, that's why they call me blind? No, they call me blind because my right eye doesn't work at all. That's why they call me blind. Yep. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. I mean, could be worse, Archangel. Could certainly be worse. Do you have fun messing with people with the glass eye, though? I mean, I've told this story before, but I knew a kid growing up who used to just, like, he had a glass eye, right? And he would just, like, if you had a cup of water or, like, a cup of juice, he would just, like, walk up to you and just, like, smack the side of his head, drop his eye into your juice, and then just, like, take your juice and walk away with it. You're like, it's mine now. I'd be like, fuck you, man. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my life is horrible. Although I would say that my life is horrible for many reasons, and 2D vision is the least of my concerns. All right, we got plenty of granite. We're going to do granite for this. Living with 2D vision ain't so bad. It's the fact that my eyes get worse every year that's pretty bad. That's where the actual comedy comes in, where it's like, ah, yes, the void is closing slowly. And eventually there will be nothing left. So I hope I have a podcasting career by then, or I guess I'm just fucked. You just exist? Word. Let's do this. You know what? Let's not put these here. Let's just put 2 more floor pieces down on that side. We'll do it that way. You need bionic eyes in our life? We do? Do you have eye problems that you need that? I don't think that technology is going to exist in a functional format in my lifetime. But, you know, weirder things have happened. Unfortunately, people are much more obsessed with completely worthless things that do nothing but ruin people's jobs, you know, such as like AI and art theft and copyright infringement. People would much rather make their jobs easier versus, you know, making other people's lives better. People are weirdly obsessed with like, oh, you know, like what if we just like bioengineer people to like make their lives longer? It's like, how about you just make my eyes work, you fucks? But no. People want self-driving cars for some fucked up reason. How will I play DF then? I won't. Like, jokes aside, I won't. Anyway, sorry for being a downer. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have like kind of a walkway that goes into the center here. That I'll make out of... Ooh, let's do... Aw, man. Get out of the nice blue rock. I need to go mine more microcline. Yeah, because those are useful to society. Right, Bug? That's the point. But I'm going to do all the constructions on this layer before I dig the pit, because then the constructions will get done quicker. It's going to go 3 or 4 layers down the pit. And then I'm just going to dig around the whole thing. Self-driving cars are just going to make traffic worse, though. Moose. You went deaf at 21? Oh, God. Yeah, that's like the one thing that scares me more than losing my vision, actually, is losing my eyesight. Though is going deaf. It's the one thing that scares me more than losing my vision, is going deaf. When I played in an orchestra, my little sister had played with a guy in one of the music groups that she was a part of, who had no workable hearing, but he had hearing implants that let him hear. I can't remember the exact, like he was born with no hearing and didn't hear for the first 4 years of his life or something, but he had implants in the sides of his head that let him hear. And he basically had mute buttons on the sides of his head that he could just press at any point and mute his hearing. And whenever their group would go on a road trip, he would just like mute his ears and just pass out. I want that superpower so fucking badly. Sometimes. It's like that would make airplanes so much more tolerable. Oh, I would cut my eyes out right now to have perfect hearing for the rest of my life. No questions asked. No questions. You know, hold on, Chow Not Found. Do you watch Adam Something? That's almost just like straight up an Adam Something quote. You know what would make self-driving cars better if they put them on some kind of rails and perhaps separated them from traffic and maybe put them into linked long lines of multiple things in a row to just like increase the capacity? I think that technology exists. It's called tram. It's called trams. That very much reads like a short he put out recently, which is why I ask. All right, let's put that in and that in. You still have some hearing in your left ear. Sounds robotic and tinny. I gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea what's involved with that procedure. I just know that for some forms of hearing loss, it helps. How are you not dead yet, Dwarf? Oh. What? Well, Vampy's done. F's for Vampy, chat. Pretty much. Vampy is done because Vampy wants to attend a meeting. So essentially what I'm gonna try and save Vampy. Try. I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna put a set of bars here. I'm going to dig a stairway up to here. And I'm going to, it's kind of funny how you can see that spinning around there. And I'm going to give Vampy bars, and we'll see if Vampy can have a meeting with the mayor through the bars. If not, it just is what it is. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Because he's attending a meeting, which is why the F. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And when they get stuck in the attend meeting loop, it basically means that I'm just going to try and attend a meeting until I die. And there's nothing that can fix them, really, when they get like that. So I will try and fix them, but we'll see. I'm doubtful. Very, very, very doubtful. Oh, well, he did eat Asmog Black. So I guess there's that. Which is also kind of hysterical, because he might come back. Necro Dumbass, can you go stand here, please, for a second? I need to do something with you for an experiment. It's very important. You're listening to a story right now. All right, well, quit listening to the goddamn story and get over to the... Why is there a dwarf in jail? Why does anybody go to jail? Don't ask about the fact that there's a dead dwarf underneath him. That was actually the dwarf that was in jail. I mean, that's my executioner, really. He's a vampire. He eats people. See? That has nothing to do with it. Now, anyway, Diamond, Diamond, can you just go get over to the other side of the... Diamond, can you please go over to the other side of the map real quick? I know that the poetry is good. But, like... Yeah, I have a vampire that lives in my walls who eats prisoners. What, in World Gen Sniper? Wall Eater Goblin? He goblin the dwarves up. Please don't feel euphoria after watching my stream, but if you do, like, at the very least, bring a napkin or something and, like, mute me. Sheesh. I don't need to know about your, side hobbies. So you want to hear about this timeout button next to your name? Tyler. Do you want to? Because, like, it's right next to your name. It doesn't move. It's a very helpful button, in fact. One of the best buttons. No, I'm making a masturbation joke. Sniper, just move on. Don't worry about it. I'm just not funny. On the jump screen? Yes, it is in fact there. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Or rather, I can make one very easily. I just wish that he would listen to the thing. But I digress. I wonder, actually, if this prison cell is outside of the zombie range. Let's see if this fixes.
One thing that Streamlabs enjoys about blind streams, it is that you can expect a good, long, hard session of genital humor.
Sorry, I had to wash my eyes out with soap after that one. Insula Sama, thank you for redeeming a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Let's see if the necro dumbass over here does his gerb. Also, hi, Jerry Gord. Hello. And Casual. I hope your stream was good yesterday. It's so competitive. It's gotten a lot less competitive, but yes, it is in fact competitive. It's usually on the dot. Every 45 minutes it gets redeemed. Whoop. Well, it's come back, but it's not friendly. So it appears that... So it did work. This project does work, actually. it does in fact work. It very much does work. The problem is, I might need to train the vampire a bit. Come on, buddy, you got this. You got this. You. Oh. What? Oh, please tell me that's a friendly. Yes! We got a rotten hunter, although I don't know if that's friendly. Probably not. Probably not. But, oh no, it is! We got a friendly rotten hunter! We also have an undead hand, an undead head, and an undead hand. So, it's a headless, handless zombie that hangs out. No, not that one. He's not fighting with the hunter. We did get a friendly torso with legs. Vampy is injured though. You know what? We'll try and save Vampy. No, we can't because they're not actually intelligent enough to join me. But they are friendly. See? They're an unintelligent rotten hunter. I don't know, maybe they'll petition for citizenship, but I see that as kind of unlikely. So, let's see, did Insulina... Soldier or miner? No beard preference, okay. Oh no, we have a problem though. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually let him out. The military's really trying to get in there to kill him right now. But they can't. Meanwhile, Booze Hunter over here is just really trying to attend a meeting. Okay, you know what? I will just knock out this back wall. Guys, no, not there. I need you there. Come on. There you go. He has a kill now, chat. So now the Dwarf Rotten Hunter just lives here. Which is the best part about all of this. He just lives here now. So let's follow Vampy. You can see where Vampy go. He's just being put back in prison. The dude can't fucking win. Oh, that's so fucking funny. He's like, no, you don't. Classic arrested again. This fort's just gotten goofy beyond no reason. Well, all right. We'll just send them back to training. I'm also going to give this zombie a nickname because it is actually Asmog Black. So when they ask what happened to their dwarf, I can be like, well, he needs a medic. I mean, he'll heal. He's fine. I mean, actually, what I could do is I could add a meeting area about yay big to this. And attached to the hospital. Now he'll go lie down and go tend to his wounds. Okay. What was I doing? Right. Giving Selena a dwarf. No beard preference. Give you Odom the Hammer Durf. Wait, no. This one. What am I trying to do? In regards to the zombies, make intelligent undead by feeding my vampire. All right, so Hammer Sama cracks easily under pressure, relies on the advice of others during decision making, and is an optimist. He's trying to present himself boldly, even though it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is often cheerful, and he does not have he does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and work to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he has a greedy streak. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't respect society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and does not care about family one way or another, and likes sibonite, aluminum, fortification, agate, pigtail fabric, and the color white, and clouds and crossbows and low boots and rings and devils for their bloated appearance, and the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume pond turtle and bumblebee and pigtail seeds, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. But you know what I'm going to do, chat, in regards to the vampire? I'm just going to leave the vampire in prison, because this is a bit of a pain in the dick. I'm not going to lie. It's a bit of a pain. So what I think I'm going to actually do is just wait until they starve to death in the prison, and then use this guy up here to res them. Also, I love that his intestines are hanging out. So yeah, this here zombie cannot breathe. Well, good. Has no head, has no left foot, has no right hand, and is missing his left arm. Undead vampire is just a vampire. You can't make vampires undead. They're just a normal dwarf then, because they lose the need to feed, basically. Making a vampire undead is just redundant. Stumpy the zombie. Yeah, kinda. All right, so this is now on over here. Oh, I need to read the word story. Assuming there's stuff for me to read. Chat, you guys have a minute to add stuff to the Discord word story in the Discord. There's a room in the Discord called Discord Word Story. As long as it's not just a wall of swear words, I will read whatever you guys put in there. Like I said, just make sure it's like not just a wall of swear words, and then I get to read it. But because there's like only 3 things have been added since the last one, it's time for you guys to go in there and add something for me to read. We're working on it. We'll give him like 30 seconds. You forgot your Discord password? That's unfortunate. I don't think I've ever actually signed out of Discord. Just trying on the app. Yeah. Is what it is. All right. Since you guys have had a minute, scrolling up. Gamer power unto thee which comes do this. Thusly, we slap our butts. Doing crimes gaily makes ghosts look surprised. Alas, we dwarfs see too many zombie dogs rule us King Fishy Wambler incoherence completely. I think dwarves enjoy to plumbus corpses in hell. I'm waiting for you to type faster, you slowpoke Lagushka. Okay, why? There you go. I'll start. Also, I don't think plumbus is actually a word. So I just would like to make my complaint known. It's your fault you type too slow. Tis true. Need navigation system for the keyboard? Yeah, true. Needs to access the tower every single time they want to check the keyboard. To wobble off to bed? Why are you wobbling? Come on, man. Walk off to bed. Go to bed. Sleep well. And thanks for hanging out, animal. There is no punchline. I am the punchline. What is this? Like, I'm trying to think of a word for this. Well, I think this little arena's coming along quite nicely so far. It's coming along quite nicely. Also gonna have a little what's it called? Minecart route. It's gonna go this way. What? Oh. Apparently I clicked on trees. I was like, why you no work? I think we're gonna go over to here. I'm gonna go up and up. And then we're gonna make you go up. And they're gonna come back down over there. So I'm gonna go up to here. Handle down here. And this is where it's gonna connect to. So it's gonna do this. I just kind of want this area to be like a mess in the rafters, if that makes any sense. You know, like, I just keep adding stuff to it so that eventually it just becomes like an unrecognizable mass of tunnels and shit. But it like makes perfect sense to anybody who's been watching this fort for way too long. And then the little bodies zone is going to go right here. There are no coups in Dwarf Fortress yet. They are a planned feature for the villains release, which hopefully will make it into the game around the same time as Adventure Mode, if not at the same time as Adventure Mode. But theoretically, what Tarn has pitched coups as is, well, suddenly a goblin leader shows up and says, by the way, I'm in charge now. Your dwarves have voted me in, and then it'll be either up to you to either be goblins or deal with the goblin overlord is kind of the way Tarn's pitched it, but I don't know what it'll actually look like when it makes it into the game. Because Tarn's pitches are generally pretty accurate to what it ends up looking like, but... You're scared to try it on Classic? Why? It's just ASCII. It's not that bad. I want to craft Dwarf's Hall. Well, fine. I've got all this space up here that I've dug out. I might as well make a craft Dwarf's Hall. We did just get that super fancy chair, so. Oopsies. Although I wouldn't actually recommend trying adventure mode in Classic, because the current state of adventure mode is pretty bare and has a lot of very unfinished features that we were expecting to be finished with the villains release, but the villains release got only half finished and then permanently delayed. And whenever I bring this up to people on YouTube, it pisses people off, it seems like. People are like, well, that's really bad game development. So essentially what happened was they started working on villains. We got about half of the features for villains implemented into the game at the beginning of 2022. Or 2020, no, just 2020. At the beginning of 2020, we got an update, which was Villains Part 1, which gave us guild halls, it gave us the justice system, and a bunch of other things, as well as, like, better balanced stress and quite a few other things. Long story short, when Villains Part 1 released, they were like, well, now we go work on Steam version, and then they worked on Steam version throughout 2022, and then finished it at the end of 2022 and released it in December. And after they're done, making this version satisfactory to themselves and patching everything and then bug fixing, then they'll go back to working on adventure mode and villains. So it's a very unfinished thing currently. I mean, something of value is always being worked on. A lot of people describe Dwarf Fortress as aimless feature creep, and as somebody who's played this game for over a decade, I have to say that the only... none of it is aimless feature creep. Not all of it has impact on the common gameplay mode, which is Fortress mode, but there's very little aimless feature creep in Dwarf Fortress. The development is slow. Oh, geez, I'm spilling coffee everywhere. The development is slow, but the reason the development is slow is because Tarn doesn't burn himself out. And if Tarn wants to go take a break, he takes a freaking break. Which is I know this is psychotic, but... Feature creep. Development for the sake of development instead of features that actually add meaningful things to the video game. I'm gonna go grab a cloth to clean up my mess. Tarn takes breaks? Yeah, believe it or not, he does. Although Tarn's idea of taking a break is instead of developing Fortress mode features for a month, he goes and develops Legends mode features for a month. Or goes and starts working on something that's not going to make it into the game for 5 years. Notch constantly taking vacations with a rather toxic meme. Yeah, I remember that too. I remember that era. Notch is an oddball. But he does have some decent ideas when it comes to self-care, I suppose. Okay, let's do this with whatever's close by. So, okay, hold on. I'm trying to find what you're replying to. There's a third programmer now. Does that just mean 1/3 more development? Okay, so like, but yeah, Putnam's mostly been working on like backwards records. I don't actually see Justice to Laws. Oh, there's your line of text. I'm sorry. I'm just like trying to read chat and apparently doing a terrible job of it. Yeah, there is a second programmer. But here's the thing. Zach isn't really a programmer that much. Zach does a lot of kind of polish and finish stuff. Zach's kind of like he's their design expert, I would say. Not so much a programmer. We have a strange mood who's particularly secretive. Let's follow them. That is one hell of an image that you just put in my head. Sorry, I'm just not a fan of that. Yes, no, I agree. Which is also why sometimes I take 4 days off of streaming in a week, because I have a fragile brain that makes me say mean things to people if I'm overworked and tired, which is why I'm kind of incredibly... What's the word? Which is why I kind of admire people who are able to just, like, stream daily and not snap and kill people. It's like, unless chat is just going to be like a strew of bodies, it's like me streaming 7 days a week is very unsustainable. Or even 5 days a week. Even though it's just playing video games on the internet. If I ever need to time you out... Generally, if I'm saying I could time you out, I mean it as a joke. If I want to time you out, I won't say anything. You'll just be timed out. I mean, I would say there is some feature creep in Dwarf Fortress, but it's like it's not as bad as people say it is, Zugi. I've never played a single second of 7 Days to Die. Certainly longer than 7 days to develop, though. Look at games like Path of Exile or Warframe. They've been around for 10 years and they have so much more. I played Path of Exile during its beta period and didn't like it because it was too flashy and hard for me to follow what was going on screen, which stopped being fun pretty quick. Assuming you need skeletons. Yes, you do. You need skeletons. Yeah, I played Path of Exile in beta, yeah. Back when it was just the first act. I was like the first half of the first act, and you got a Kiwi pet for being a part of it if you finished the act. I never did though. I would also say that generally games that are monetized tend to have monetization feature creep. A good example of this is literally every single, how do I explain this? Literally every single free-to-play MMO has really bad feature creep. I haven't played it, but Phantasy Star Online 2 seems to have some pretty horrific feature creep for its monetization layers. But I've watched a friend of mine play a bunch of it on Twitch, and every time I see his streams, it's like, dude, how the fuck do you tolerate this trash? So... There's a song called We All Lift, and it gets stuck in your head whenever you play DF. Big angry one-eyed boy has come. A giant monster with a single eye set in its forehead. I will pause the game and let's jump to it. Let's take a peek. Hello, big tall one-eyed boy. Woo! You have a fancy shoe. A steel low boot, nonetheless. It is encircled with tapered baguette-cut rock crystals. This object menaces with spikes of almandine. On the item is an image of dwarves, and the dwarves are laughing. The artwork relates to the plays of style held by the hammer recital of the plays of relates to the recital of the plays of style held by the Hammer of Culmination in Vision Floors as part of the festival of the work of the as part of the Festival of Work in the early spring of 93 during the 42nd poetry recital at the Festival of Work. Okay, so I'm going to open this up and just make sure the dwarves are locked in here. Come on in, big guy. Come on in. You know you wanna. Excellent. I want that shoe. I really, really, really want that shoe. Because I think Claiborne probably needs a new shoe. Unless Claiborne doesn't want the shoe. And maybe somebody else wants it. But I want that shoe. So this is Leap Search the Eternal. And her curly, sparse hair is extremely long. She isn't very tall, but she makes up for it with muscle and fat. Her somewhat short nose is upturned, and her ears are extremely narrow. Her teeth are crowded, and her lips are very thin. Her head is somewhat short, and her eyebrow is quite long. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her fern green eye is slightly sunken. Her hair is flax. Her skin is dark brown. You will wear the hell out of that shoe? We'll see if you get the kill, though. 404 not found, which is a very funny name in hindsight, comes flying in first and collides. 404 not found says, "Has the tide turned? I feel no terror," after dodging. And then smacks it in the head with his bismuth bronze mace, bruising the muscle. The force bends the wrist, and then bashes the Cyclops in the left hand with his bismuth bronze mace, fracturing the bone, and drops the shoe almost immediately. This, you know, honestly, this is some Cinderella sort of stuff, you know? Also, it's worth 1,000. I think we're actually just going to put it on a pedestal. But I do want that shoe. Raikalu seems to have gotten into the fighting. And bashes it. And kicks it. And then it pulls the ankle. Who else is in here? The Cyclops is in the fighting. Has the Cyclops said anything? No, but the Cyclops is taking a lot of damage. The dwarves are on top of it. And that's a lot of blood. I'm gonna just make sure that the dwarves station here for a second here because we may have this thing come back. And let's see who got it. Aegis bashes the Cyclops in the head with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. So, round of applause to Aegis for killing the one-eyed beast. As for the shoe, I think the shoe can go on a pedestal in here. Claiborne, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Unemployed Shaku. Now, I don't know if it's going to come back as a Zambi or not, so. I don't know. It might. That's definitely sentient, yeah. The giants and the giants, minotaurs, and what's it called? Cyclopses and Ettins don't have culture, so they can't join factions naturally, but they are capable of joining religions and becoming religious figures. And in adventure mode, they do have some tasks where they hang around and occasionally go and I think they crush bones using a mortar and pestle. Gibby Serto, what up? Maybe put the corpse into a one-tile cell. Eh. But yeah, no, they crush bugs and things actually. I'm not entirely certain they crush bones, but they crush like bugs and other weird things with their mortars and pestles. With a mortar and a shoe. You know, we do have a mortar and pestle. Maybe they just wanted my mortar and pestle. But yeah, which is also why giants don't wear pants in Dwarf Fortress, is because they don't have culture, and because different clothing styles and types of clothing and the knowledge of how to make clothes is tied to the faction that you're part of in Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of actually a feature oversight that they don't have clothes. As somebody who has, like, you know, ground pepper with a mortar and pestle and, like, ground coffee once with a mortar and pestle just to try it. Yeah, it would be quite the chore. You know, it's funny. There's two kinds of players of Dwarf Fortress, Lyagushka. There's those that are just like, man, I wish these enemies were harder. And then there's those who are like, why can't I just let the goblins be my friends? There's two kinds of people. There's the ones that are just like, man, this game's too easy. Why aren't the enemies harder? The ones that are just like, I want them to be friends. Oh, shit! I think that's actually the first Forgotten Beast here. The Forgotten Beast, Nur, has come. It can't actually get into my fort. It's an enormous J composed of vomit. Ew. A puke bird? A barf J. Chat, instead of a J, can we call it a barf Y? Anyway, J is composed of vomit. It has a spiral shell and its squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. I don't think it can fly into my fort. Also, that's an undead troglodyte. Oh, that's terrifying. Yeah, it can't get into my fort. I'm very fucking scared of the caverns because undead forgotten beasts or something. Barfy, yes. Barfy Styles, we'll call them. Also, I'm gonna start speaking of the caverns, though, I am going to actually start digging into them slightly. Because I would very much like to have these materials. And I'm going to bring a minecart down here eventually. To bring boulders up. Watch me just dig straight into the caverns. Bah!
I've been enjoying your Brave Book series. Great premise, bite-sized episodes, good pacing.
I'm glad you like the pacing. Someone said it was too short, and I'm like, I think that 35 minutes is fine for a show on average. But seriously, thank you very much for the 21 bucks, and glad you got that mug. Things sorted. All right, where'd that dwarf go? Looking for a dwarf who's moving real slowly. Yeah, there you are. How it perished? So they don't bug out, but they do automatically clear themselves so that the game doesn't overload your RAM. And I know that sounds goofy just stating that, but like that's the reason. And people for some reason seem to think that they were persistent in the old version of the game. In older versions, they're not. They reset every month. It's either every month or every season, I think. So if you happen to have a fight happen and a season rolls over, they disappear. Yeah, like if you like just leave the combat logs up all the time, they will eventually just like be non-applicable. Like they just won't be there anymore. Which is something that I'm super confused by whenever people are just like, it was auto, oh, did it autosave during the fight? Yeah. So then halfway through the fight, it resets all your combat logs. Games always work that way. But for some reason, there's people like screaming now, we need like persistent combat logs. It's like, but the game's literally never had them. I've seen so many like negative reviews on Steam actually screaming that they need persistent combat logs, and it's like, but we've never had persistent combat logs. Like they're all here right now, right? But like when this rolls over to spring, they'll just be blank. Speaking of, this is going to be quite the artifact. We got gems, 2 silver, pigtail cloth, dog bone, 2 pieces of shale. Uh-oh. Okay, for a second there, I thought the Cyclops came back. Well, the information seems to have just been lost to time. I mean, it can kind of suck, don't get me wrong. But like the game's always been like that. Or timing. Cannot see why memory would be a problem. Sure. Yes. But also, how big was the average computer's RAM in 2003 when this game began its development? Like, you're not wrong, but how big was the average computer's RAM in, like, 2003? What Saber said. So, like, yes, you are correct, but also so would it be good to close them? I don't know if it would be good to close them. Sweet, dwarfs began a mysterious construction. But like if you leave them open then they disappear, just that's why. So like, yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress just unfortunately has a lot of limitations based on like when it began development, and I don't really have anything to say about any of that. And then people are like, well, that's terrible, you should fix it. It's like, not something I really have any say over. I just like the way constructed tracks look a lot more than the way than the way the non-constructed tracks look. So we're just going to use constructed tracks. It was certainly fun. You had 5 FPS and the dude was killing whomever. Yeah, honestly, in my headcanon, if something like that happened and I lost the combat logs, my reasoning for not having the combat logs was just there was too much chaos and nobody saw what happened. But I don't know. There's just a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that I just kind of accept as, well, that's the way it happened. Regardless of if I know if that's how it happened, I'll just like make up a reason for it. Which is why I think headcanon is so important in Dwarf Fort. There's going to be so many dwarves running with blocks here in a second. Look at all of them. Look at the flood of dwarves. Oh, that's wonderful. We're all just going to run down into here and then go start building this. What's headcanon? Google. Headcanon. Meaning. Headcanon. Headcanon refers to something that a fan imagines to be true about a character, even though no information supporting that belief is spelled out in the text. Headcanon. Thanks, Merriam-Webster. It's also a very, 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 very failed World War I rifle, which was essentially a pistol that was strapped to a helmet that the Germans prototyped, and it would work by, and it would fire by pinching a thing in your jaw, which would fire the gun. The problem was, upon early testing with the device, it had enough blowback force that it would break your neck. I'm not making this up. I used to have a book on weird weapons that failed. But they never actually tested them on people. And then they started testing them with the idea of like, oh, there would be like a back brace involved, but then it restricted the soldier's movement too much to really have any valid point. So the idea ended up getting scrapped. It's supposed to get one this next round of augmentation. Why would they try and attempt to make that such a thing? So that you could fire over a, what's it called? I mean, it's the same reason the British prototyped rifles that would let you shoot around corners that had a curve in the barrel. During like the, what's it called? Like we stand in a row and pew in a straight line. Trenches, yes. So you could fire out of a trench without actually sticking your head out of it. Can I post a picture of the aftermath? As long as it's not a person's neck breaking because they were firing a skull cannon, yeah, go nuts. Assuming it's of your fort. There's no link rules in this chat. Just don't be a doofus. Let's go read this artifact. A shale grate. Well, that's shaley grate. It's called Osrin Kos. That's a cool name, actually. Osrin Kos. A shale grate. All craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. I was supposed to make a... Yeah, I was supposed to make a craftsdwarf guild, wasn't I? Totally spaced on that. Is of the highest quality. The oval shale cabochons, it's studded with silver and decorated with dog bone and giant red squirrel leather, and encircled with bands of shale cabochons and silver. On the item is an image of mangroves in sard. On the item is an image of quinoa in pigtail. On the item is an image of a dwarf in Carillion. This artifact is great. I actually have quite a few artifact grades and doors in this fort. I started building it up here. It's not too late. Damn, that is quite the aftermath. Holy heck. Yep. Whew. Well, I mean, at least somehow 7 dwarves are happy. Could be worse. Raver Rumble, I think. Rav Rumble? Not sure. I'm not trying to say rave. I'm assuming it's Rave Rumble. What kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? I can show you the list once we're done saving, if you'd like. Too bad you can't make it out of bone shell and other fancy crafting mats. There are basically a bunch of modern periscope. I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to guns, Saber, I don't give a shit about anything that's modern, even if it works. But reading about like stuff from like World War II era that failed horribly will never stop being entertaining. The most obnoxious one, so you want to die? Because that's what's gonna happen. Just for clarity's sake, I will give you an obnoxious dwarf, but if you die soon, I'm not sorry. A force that is vile and dark has arrived, and I'm just gonna do what we've done up until now, which is keep the doors locked. I'm sure they'll sort themselves. Oh no, oh, would you look at that? That's so cute. They wanna parlay. Well, the surface will kill them. Can I make a tomb from them? No. Bodies get thrown into the masher, and then they get what do you call it? A slab. They get a slab. They want their shoe back? The friggin' Cyclops brought it, not me. I mean, you could be added to the list of these. And maybe if you're really lucky, you'll get made into one of these. Corpses are a liability. This is true. Yes. This biome is a resurrecting biome. But if you would really like the most pissed off dwarf, I could give you. Apparently, Elfie Bean is the most pissed off dwarf. Why? What happened to you? I'm quite happy. What? You're not even stressed. All right. Anyway. Let's see. I could give you Arab the Mechanic, who's quite pissed. Raver Rumble. Raver Rumble. I guess the important question to ask this dwarf is, are you ready to rumble? But he is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is swayed by emotional appeals and often nervous, and does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he does not tend to hold on to grievances. He has a greedy streak, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tenses up when he's nervous. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday, believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them, and values family. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes cassiterite, platinum, and vesrite, and giant two-humped camel bone. The color eggplant. Eggplant's a color? Okay. He likes amulets, water buffaloes for their wallowing, and axolotl men for their gills, and the words of the berries of sanity, and when possible prefers to consume spiny dogfish and spelt beer, not split beer. You have a very thin frame with little fat, very long beard that's neatly combed, and sideburns that are clean shaven, very long mustache that is neatly combed, and very long hair that is braided. Your lower front teeth are gone. And you're currently attending a meeting. And I'm going to jump over to labor for you, and I'm going to remove these. I'm going to give you brewing. Love how I have two different brewing jobs. Should probably remove one of those. We'll give you orderlies, and we'll give you hauling, and we'll give you engraving. Eggplant is a color like how orange is a color. You know, I've always wondered, like, what came first, the color orange or the fruit orange? It's always kind of perplexed me. I kind of love the fact that, like, nobody discovered the color orange until they found that fruit, though. I love that we have a giant penguin skin. It's just like a giant evil inflatable penguin, basically. There's just something way too funny about that. All right, so people have asked about unforbidding a bunch of tasks at once. You go into here and you go click, 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 click. Okay, Dwarves, does anybody want to explain to me why there's a bin full of shoes in the creek? All right, who did that? You know, also, I'm thinking maybe instead of well, nah, never mind. Cancel all that. Cancel all that. We're going to set you to dump that way. And you're just gonna go that way. Either one running around with a bin on his head. All right. What I really want to know is what came first: the color eggplant or the fruit eggplant. Clearly, the emoji came first. Ha! There's layers to that joke. All right, you go here. Like an ogre. Yeah, well, no, like an onion, which is also like an ogre. Speaking of ogres, there was like 3 worlds in a row where every single goblin army that sieged me had ogres, and I haven't seen an ogre in Dwarf Fortress since. It's like, I know that there's ogres that exist in Dwarf Fortress. I haven't seen one in like a year. It's kind of weird. Like, what happened to all the ogres? I killed all the ogres? I don't think I did. Maybe for that one world, sure, but... What is this new structure? I'm building an arena to dispose of zombies that I have collecting in my large collection of cages over here. For no reason other than it'll be efficient. Also, I gotta do something with my military. I didn't know that about turquoise. That's kind of interesting. All right. It's a weird notification I just got. Dabu just released new music, which is completely non-Dwarf Fortress related. But because I purchased the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack from Dabu, I just received a notification that that Dabu released new music. I was like, wait, what? It goes well for you when you dump them. You had the worst luck getting them to work with goblins. Oh, I'm literally just going to attach them all to mechanisms and cages over there on the left and then pull a lever. Like, that's how I'm going to do it. I'm not going to pit them. Pitting is a really good way to just, you know, kill things. Oh, just like watching the aftermath of a big fight like that? Yeah, it's pretty fun. This right here is going to be a corpses / refuse pile. Oh, it's going to be both. And then I set a new route. It's going to go here. And then end there. It's going to take corpses and refuse. And it's going to glide this way. And then on the way back, it's going to immediately glide to the right. You are going to pull from this stockpile. And I'm going to assign a minecart to it. I need to make a minecart. Let's make a silver minecart. You don't name your routes, you'd go crazy? I don't name anything, actually, if you pay attention. Like, except for levers. Levers are the one exception. Nothing else gets named in my forts. Like, quite literally nothing else. Except dwarves. Only when you guys tell me to. And even the levers half the time don't get named. If it's pretty obvious what the lever's connected to, yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I don't set up supply chains like ever, though. Actually, there's one situation I do that, and that's for encrusting stuff, but even then, that's pretty rare. Yes, you can construct stairs on carved stairs. I didn't even, did I just, I mean, rather, I've been doing that in this fort for how long now? Like every single one of these? You're color coding your levers for the gate for a containment facility? Yeah, that I could see. That I could see. My scalp is itchy. Mainly trying to fix the stairs that got ruined by hitting the cavern layer. Yep. Yeah, hitting a cavern layer can do a number to your stair designs. Speaking of. Uh-oh. Well, we're exceptionally lucky. Well, I found more cavern, chat. which I did kind of want, but... Yes, the interweb is pretty cool. Tyler and... I really hope there isn't a Forgotten Beast in my basement. Because there might be. Because there was that vomit Burby. All right, uh-oh. I'm really glad that this cavern is, like, weird. This is a weird-ass cavern. It makes things weirdly safe. And then I'll put, I guess... Let's actually just block right here. Although, at the very least, some trees I can chop down here, which is nice. This cavern? Well, it's just a very muddy cavern. Does anyone know how to force trade with other civs? You made contact with Demand Tribute, but you have yet to see a trade caravan? How long had... Okay, first off, did the Demand Tribute work? Is the first question. Second, what civ is it? Is it goblins? Because they just won't trade with you after a little bit. They might trade with you once, and then they will just fight with you after that. And then the third question is, how long ago did you do it? Because they have to bring you tribute first. They haven't brought you tribute yet. They're not going to trade with you. So after they bring you tribute, a year after they bring you tribute, in my experience, they start trading. So it usually takes about 2 years. It's not a quick turnaround time. Although there was one time when I managed to get, it was like 8 traders in year 2. Because I just demanded tribute from a bunch of people. Which was kind of hysterical. And also, for anybody who's only just tuning in, plan for today is we're going to be doing probably another 3 or 4 hours of Dwarf Fort, and then we're going to be... then after that, we're going to be... what's the word? Playing more War Sim. Also, I want to check something, because I just heard... I just heard something, so I want to check something because I'm curious. Man. I'm not surprised, but I'm sad. So, Streamer Awards stuff is available for voting, and my team's event did not get nominated, even though we raised more than 2 of those did. Sag. Where's Blind RL? Obviously, I wasn't nominated for any of those. Obviously. What am I? Relevant? Important? So many people give a shit? Searching for a different person that might have gotten nominated for something, but no. Twitch Awards are a scam? I mean, most popularity contest and things are, so it doesn't really surprise me. Dwarf, really? Classic. What, you've only now come to this conclusion that most awards things are generally a scam? All right, let's do that. But yeah, no, for reference, my stream team every year runs a event called the Rimworld Hot Potato Charity Marathon. And the last one we ran raised $100,000, $130,000 for Doctors Without Borders. So, you know, not really need to be paid attention to, sure, but it's not like our event is nothing. I mean, they're all political popularity contests, but it would be nice to be recognized in a political popularity contest. Because, like, my teammate Sui puts a fuckload of effort into those things. And frankly, I think she deserves to be recognized for that shit. But, you know, it also kind of just is what it is. All right. I think it might be time to extend my minecart route to down here, though. Man, it's a really good thing I didn't dig into this the first time. Good thing I don't have that. Actually, hold on a second. Okay, no, it is filling from the edge of the map. Kind of tempted to, like, flood this with more mud. Which I could very easily do, actually, with this. But I'd also get a bunch of undead troglodytes falling in here, probably. Actually, I could pretty easily plug this right there. And right here by caving in from the ceiling. Maybe, actually, no, maybe not. You know, I've seen 2 cave dragons in, like, 10,000+ hours of gameplay time, so I would be very surprised if I started seeing undead ones. They're, like, not common. They are quite rare, cave dragons. Yeah, that doesn't help me in this fort, though, now does it? No one will find me. I've seen zombie dragons. For those interested, sure. But, like... doesn't change my statement, though. Where did that dwarf just go? I'm very confused by where that dwarf went. Oh, are you climbing up that? Oh, I see where you're headed. Okay. Yeah, whatever. We'll just get this thing sealed off. You can tame them in the cage, though. Which I would do if I had a cave dragon. Are you really doing what I think you're doing? You're really doing what I think you're doing. Fine, then. I know that you mean this all well and good, but That always comes off as really mean and scummy when you say, I'm off to go stream my thing. Enjoy streaming your thing, but in future, please don't do that. It's seen as just like shameless self-promotion, which is very shameful. Enjoy your CK3, though. We'll see you in a few hours. All right, let's knock that out and this out. And we'll just fill this in. Don't know the etiquette? Well, you learn one place at a time. I don't actually care that much, but it does still make me feel kind of icky. I'll give you the same response I would have to anybody. It's like the fastest way to get banned on Twitch is just go to every single channel that's live in a certain directory and be like, I'm about to go stream! Insert different game here. It's like speedrun bans, basically. It's sort of like walking into a restaurant and then screaming that you're going to a different restaurant instead. It's like, well, yeah. And those channels permaban instantly?
Rock and Stone, brother.
Stone and Rock, brother. Trash Mac, what up? Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream was good. If you guys don't know Trash Mac, Trash Mac has been streaming Dwarf Fortress since before this version was out and before it was cool. Round of beers for the Raiders, and here have a shout out. How was your stream today? What you been working on? Bunch of crundles that you're forgetting farm. Hold up. You just have a bunch of forgettals that you're trying to farm and for training knowledge. Gotcha. And the last thing you need is a dwarf forgetting to train them. Here's the thing, though. If it is assigned to a chain, even if it becomes wild again, it won't attack your dwarves. So just, like, semi-tame it or start training it and, like, start getting that familiarity, but also just, like, assign it. Oh, how adorable, a were-chinchilla? Okay, so, like, I haven't actually seen one yet, but, like, have you all seen the Weremoose sprite? Dude's fucking ripped. When the Dwarf Fortress movie comes out, I expect that Arnold Schwarzenegger plays the Weremoose. Nobody else will do. But, yeah, no, that's kind of horrific. It's a good sprite. I don't think I've seen it. I've definitely not seen that one. It's a very friend-shaped sprite, very circular sprite. Speaking of sprite, I wonder what my Vampy's up to. Should probably try and keep tabs. Oh no, he's still trying to attend a meeting. Poor Vampy. Well, here's what I can do. I can make an office zone here. And assign it to the mayor, and hopefully the mayor doesn't die in here. I've seen the were-lizard. I've seen the... I think I really like the were-panda. The were-panda's pretty hilarious. I don't know. They're all just kind of hysterical. The reanimation experiments do, in fact, work, but we haven't managed to make one that's friendly yet. Or rather, intelligent yet. I do have a friendly one, though. Also, this is kind of amazing. Apparently, I have another criminal case against my Vampy. Poor Vampy. So, chat room, some of you guys might know about TwitchCon, right? Happens in Las Vegas. or is happening in Las Vegas this year. It just so happens to be the same fucking weekend as when we were young, which is this bullshit. And they just added another day, and tickets go on sale on Friday. So, I know what I'm doing Friday. Gonna try and buy tickets for that. Sign up for pre-sale. Fucking bet your ass I will. Also, this website is almost unreadably green. I don't know. They've still got all the ones that matter. They got Good Charlotte, Green Day, Blink-182, 30 Seconds Till I Vomit, Rise Against, Yellow Card. They got enough. Bowling for Soup, ones that matter. Actually, a lot of bands on here I've seen before, too. I've seen I'm just looking through the list. I've seen Sum 41. I've seen Simple Plan. I've seen Citizen. I've seen... yeah, there's a handful in here that I've seen. I've seen Saves the Day. I've seen Yellow Card. I've seen Pierce the Veil. I've seen All Time Low. Unfortunately. I mean, out of that entire list, the one that I would skip would be 30 Seconds to Mars, but... the tickets are $250 if you actually get them. So they won't be $1 million a piece. And 250 is pretty fair, actually, for a festival like that. You say concert because it was at BlizzCon? Really? Oh, really? Thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. All right, so that area is getting sealed off. Meaning we can jump back up to the fortress layer. It's a little too far away for you. It's a little far away for some people, but... You know, it's kind of hysterical, because every single time I check, it seems like more people I know are going, because everybody's just like, you know, actually, maybe this is the year that we actually go outside again. Kind of looks like an eye from above. Certainly does on the... Well, whoa! What was that?
Humble RPG bundle. So you want to try out Pathfinder by Paizo was just purchased for $30.
Well, shoutouts to whoever just bought some shit on Humble. I forget that that stuff exists quite frequently. And then, oh, looks like the goblins on the surface are dealing with reindeer? Where are they? They're not dead yet, clearly. They appear to be going from reindeer to reindeer and killing. It's so nice of them. They're keeping the surface so nice and tidy for me. Also, these goblins are mostly elves, apparently. That's kind of interesting. Oh, cheers, Metalhead. There certainly doesn't seem to be that many of them. Caught something? Caught an elf? Goblin? A polar bear, man? Please tell me it's a living giant penguin. I think I caught a giant penguin. It'll go real well with my giant pangolin. No. Although apparently we have agitated giant puffins. Nope. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I do. Yeah, there it is. Fuck yeah, we got a giant penguin. What's the random explosion noises? When people buy things on Humble, which is I have a Humble referral link down beneath the stream. It makes an explosion sound. It also makes an explosion sound when people give me money directly through PayPal. Chat, we caught a giant penguin. I'm very excited. All right, what was I doing? I've been doing a really good job just getting super goddamn off track today. Let's think. Hopefully stream has been entertaining though, regardless of the off-trackiness of it. No, I just want to get the giant penguin into the fort, but I need that siege to leave first. I'll wait for the siege to leave, and then we'll go clean the surface. Although you have to make the donkey sounds at the top, at the front.
You fucking donkey!
You know, it's during the pandemic, I watched every single episode of Kitchen Nightmares, and also every single episode of Hell's Kitchen. And there was a point where I hit that one and I just burst out laughing because it had been in command on here for quite a while before I actually saw that particular episode. What's the funkatron of this big, what's the function, not the funkatron. What's the function of this big hole? I'm going to put zombies into it and tell my military to kill them is what I'm going to do with it. The funkatron, yes. I misread function. Okay, that's my bad. I'd kill the siege off. I mean, they'll just come back as zombies in a few seconds, so it's easier to just let them kill each other off and then go clean up the mess afterwards. Which is frankly what I'm doing, to be honest with you. I mean, currently they're fighting with a puffin mutilated corpse. I think funkatron might actually be a word. I think that actually is a word. Isn't that the planet Toe-Jam? Probably. I don't know. I'm not exactly an aficionado of Toe-Jam and Earl or lore. Words, please. Words are hard today. Turns out. Yes, original thought, do not steal. Do I ever open them to invaders? In a fort like this, certainly fuck no. It depends on the fort. Currently not so much because of the werebeast threat. I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth just like losing an entire fort because some werebeast decided to show up for a beverage. But the way you deal with werebeast invaders is you just have a lot of doors, or in this fort's case, trapdoors. So that when the full moon hits, you lock everybody in whatever room they're in, and you just let them kill each other. But it depends on how open the design of the fort is. This particular fort's far too open for that to really be a safe thing to do. It would mostly just probably hurt more than it would be worth in this particular fort. Pocket Witch. Or Ponchit Witch. Your bot says Toe Jam and Earl Panic at Funkatron is a platform video game. I mean, I know exactly what Toe Jam and Earl is. But is it saying that that's where the word came from? Did Toe Jam and Earl ever get a cartoon, or am I just like imagining things? Apparently you were right. Yes, it certainly seems that way. That or Aqua's bot is very much incorrect, but... I'm so deep in your memory. Isn't that generally how that works? You just need something to trigger a memory, and then it's just like, boing! Yeah, as far as visitors go, I generally, unless I'm specifically theming a fort around visitors, I very rarely have public spaces for visitors. Purely out of risk of just like, it's not worth just losing a fort because where creatures are there. It's just not. As far as dealing with the were creature threat, it's always possible to deal with it, and eventually you can just like weed them out. But you always have mass casualties, situations surrounding it, and it's like, I don't know, it's just too much of a bummer. So I can even just start prepping for... Oops. That's not really what I wanted. I wanted it to be normal digging, not automated digging. Wait. We've already been hooked up. Pull that lever. Tavern Brawls I actually kind of like. I quite like Tavern Brawls. The thing is, like, there used to be a lot of, not, I guess bugs is probably the right word to use. There used to be a lot of bugs that would cause Tavern Brawls to happen, which are pretty hard to make happen now. One of them is loyalty cascades, which is often mistaken for coups. Loyalty cascades used to be quite common and very easy to trigger and would very commonly get triggered in taverns. But now we just have the brawling under the influence stuff, which I actually quite like. I think that that's a really fun mechanic. It's a really nice way to make a super peaceful fort stop being peaceful suddenly and like cause like pretty organic, natural events to happen. So I quite like the tavern brawls personally, but I could see why someone wouldn't. Although something that I've noticed is the tavern brawls only seem to happen when you have a tavern keeper assigned. Which is kind of amazing, actually. Just as an example, for that observation, I haven't seen one happen yet in this fort. I'm going to make a dining room over here, by the way, is what I'm doing. A little corner dining room. Death from alcohol poisoning is way worse than tavern balls. I mean, in this particular fort, death from anything is bad because they'll come back as a zombie in a moment, and your average dwarf can't actually survive a zombie.
Jellybelly 1998 just purchased Humble RPG Bundle. So you want to try out Pathfinder by Paizo for £12 and 13 pence.
Pence. I like that one kind of outs where you're from because it says that it was pounds. Thanks, Jellybelly. I should really just like completely disable that notification. Maybe dwarves go to captain and report the crime and providing beer to the customers. Baby dwarves go to the captain, report to the well, yes, naturally. Also, something that's worth noting that I think is kind of funny. I've done better in a month using my merch than I have in my entire lifetime of having a humble link. Their cut's not very good. Unless people buy bundles, and the bundles have just gotten significantly worse. Like, there's I was literally looking at it the other day because I asked me to update my tax information because it's been a while. I was looking at my lifetime earnings on Humble, and it was just like, you know, listed the whole thing, and I was just looking at that. And I'm like, man, I made like $40 a month back when Humble was like really good and was frequently good. And then like Humble just kind of, I think that like they got bought by IGN is what happened. And ever since then, Humble's just been kind of, like not bad, but also not great. And it's just kind of hysterical to me because like it was like $40-50 a month, and then it just drops down to like $1. Your newest for also I don't push it at all and don't tell people it exists, so it's probably got something to do with it. The exact same game dev TV Unreal Engine C++ tutorial bundle on Humble Bundle several months in a row now. Yeah. Remember when Humble was like a cool thing that only had one bundle at a time? I do. You're already browsing Humble? Well, I guess maybe I'll actually get paid by Humble this year. It's been a very long time since I've actually been paid by Humble. I was looking, it was 2.5 years since I last got paid by Humble. Your 10 money is still stuck in there? I mean, I checked yesterday. The last time I got paid by Humble Bundle was in 2021. So it was like January 2021. So yeah, your money's probably still stuck in there. You know why they're keen on programming and game dev bundles is because nobody buys those products from them otherwise. They put the things that don't sell normally on their store at full price into their bundles. That's their business model now. Instead of trying to sell as many bundles as possible for as good of a charity price as possible, which is what they used to try to do. I wonder, can I? Oh, that's interesting. And instead of doing it that way, which is the way they used to, now they take what doesn't sell normally on their storefront and they bundle those. Which is why their like bundles are like never great now. The way Humble Bundle used to work is it was a non-profit charity group until it got bought, and then they made it into a for-profit group. And when it was non-profit, the whole goal of Humble was to sell as many bundles as possible to raise as much money for charity as possible. So they would go out of their way to try and get really good bundles. Now the really good bundles are just because they need marketing to bring more people to their store. And they want you to sign up for Humble Plus. Or Humble Choice? Yeah, that's it. Humble Choice. They want you to give them money every month for games. Which admittedly is like a decent deal too. But you really have to buy into that system for it to be worth it. And you also have to redeem them, which most people don't. I mean, every now and again there's a good bundle. But the result is I never look at it anymore. Like I couldn't tell you the last time I bought something on Humble. That was like forever ago. Oh god, yeah, that was forever ago. I started using Humble. I think I bought Humble Indie Bundle 4. You don't play enough games to make it worth it. You play 2 games, Hunt Showdown and Dwarf Fortress. Hey, most gamers play Fortnite, so I think you're doing better than most gamers. Because at least I can, without a doubt, state that both of those games are good. Okay, so we're just going to put all of the goblins in here. I'm kind of curious to see how many of them are going to end up being zombies. So I don't actually know. I don't know why you'd be in the top 1%. Is there just not a lot of people that play Hunt Showdown? I mean, it's a Crytek game, and they're a pretty capital G gamer studio. No, they don't when you're building the cage. Pseudonym. I mean, this is true. More gamers play Fortnite than Hunt. It's got a good theme. I don't really have any opinion of Hunt Showdown, though. I haven't played a single second of it. Although, I will say that Crytek made one of my favorite shooters ever made. Crytek made Crysis. Although, if I were to point at a favorite shooter ever made, it's probably Stalker, actually. Super Castle Beasts take on Fortnite and how effectively you can gentrify the map. What? I have no idea who Super Castle Beast is, and I don't even know what that means. I'm trying to think other shooters that I've really liked. Star Siege Tribes. Back when games were good. Did I play Metro? Yes, but I like Stalker more. A lot more. Or rather, I played Metro and Metro Last Light. They're too linear. And I never played the third one. And I've watched a good deal of the third one. And the third one, not open in the way I want it to be open. You like the story, but Stalker's more game? Read the books. That's my statement to that. Read the books. I enjoyed Metro 2033, and Last Light was okay. I never finished it, though. It didn't run well enough on my computer. Reading. The topic of reading, I did actually spend $200 on a book about keyboards the other day, so I will be doing some reading and whenever that shows up later in the year, early next year. It's hard to play Metro after Stalker. Metro just feels like Stalker, but a video game, if that makes sense. It's like Stalker is like an open world, like genuine sandbox feeling thing generally, whereas Metro is just like, oh, it's like super limited Stalker. but the guns are kind of cooler in some ways. No, keyboards as in computer keyboards. Tap dancing ninja, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately. I will do my best to give you a dwarf that fits your description. Oh shit, there was a ghost in there that I closed. Oh, that ghost. Zang, the ghostly gem cutter. Well. Z-A, not Z-E. Any soldier dwarf. Well, I need to actually stack onto my military a little bit, but I will give you the first soldier dwarf that doesn't already have a name. You're getting short-assed. I feel like I'm insulting you when I say that. Tap, dancing. Tap, dancing, ninja. Hammer, ninja. Hammer ninja, or tap dancing ninja, has a very thin frame, which is now ballarded, and she has a very scratchy voice, and she is somewhat broad. Her somewhat broad, free-lobed ears are extremely tall. Her head is extremely broad, and she has a round chin, and her high eyebrows are extremely long. Her copper eyes are slightly rounded, and she sounds like a chain smoker. Her hair is flax, and her medium-length hair is arranged in double braids, and her skin is sepia, and her left hand bears a massive, jagged scar. Okay, I'm done with that. She never becomes angry? Wow. Angry. And she unerringly returns favors and has a profound sense of gratitude for kind actions of others. Kind of understanding how happy the dwarves are now compared to how this all started. Yeah, well, we also haven't seen the surface in a while, so that'll change. She often finds herself to be changing her mind about things and to agree with somebody else, and she is always tense and jittery, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is troubled by this, by her own nature, as she prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. She can handle stress, and she is trusting, and she has a greedy streak, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She has a tendency to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that naturally comes to pass. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Sees sacrifice as the height of folly and values peace over war and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes brass, red diamond, elk hoof, and helms, and bins, and cavies for their toes, boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume buckwheat beer and hates snails. Is Michael Keaton in Beetlejuice? Excuse me. My default, whenever I try to do a voice like that, I just immediately think about Mike Wazowski! You done your paperwork? Haven't filled your paperwork yet, Mike Wazowski. That's just where my head goes. It works sometimes. Sometimes I sound sort of chain smoker-ish. Always watching. Anyway. It brings you joy? Well, at least it sparks somebody's joy. She's the best part of the movie. You know? I don't know. There's some pretty good parts of that movie, but as far as like one-off bits go, yeah, she's probably one of the better ones. Oh, I need more mechanisms. Well, time to fix this issue. I don't know if it's really a twist, but... Although it's been a long time since I've actually seen that movie, so... Like a long time. Actually, it's way shorter than it was. It used to be like 3 screens. Now, admittedly, it's mostly socks. Like, most of this is just clothing that we're slowly putzing through. Which also makes me think that maybe we ran out of cloth, but... Did I play any Final Fantasy game? If so, which one's your favorite? I've only played one Final Fantasy game, and well, actually, no. I've played 2 Final Fantasy games. I played Final Fantasy Tactics, which I never finished because I borrowed it from a friend, so I've played the opening sequence in the first few levels, so I don't really have any thoughts on it. And I played Final Fantasy. And actually, technically, I also played Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy I had on the Game Boy Advance, and I kind of hated it, but it was the only game I really had at the time, so I finished it. And then Final Fantasy 2, I also had on the same cartridge for Game Boy Advance, and I also kind of hated it. And I didn't finish it because after I started playing it, I got a much better game, which was Advanced Wars 2 for the Game Boy, and so I played that instead. So that's my very long storied history with the Final Fantasy franchise. You're going lurk? You have good lurk, Diamond? Thank you much. Long story short is I'm not a console person. I had a Game Boy Advance. And so anything that was like primarily like a console franchise, I have no experience with, basically. With the exception of Halo, because it was on PC. Only the first one, because I didn't ever have Vista. X2? Did you get it used? That I'm looking forward to. Nobody makes roguelikes anymore that are good. There's a few like on itch, but none that I'm particularly paying attention to. Well, I skipped all the cutscenes, and also I played Fire Emblem: The Sacred Stones. I played the one that was on GameCube, which I played on Dolphin on a PC, which was fine. But I would always just press enter to get through the dialogue and then look at a guide to see which one was optimal for the build I wanted to do. Because I always found the dialogue in Fire Emblem to be so fucking vomit-inducingly, horrifically terrible that it eventually pushed me away from the franchise completely. Although speaking of roguelikes, Gra Streams has just rated us. If you don't know Gra is a lovely individual from the realms of Caves of Cud. Go give Gra a follow for Caves of Cud related content. But hi, Gra. How was stream? What were you streaming today? Were you doing? I know you've been doing a bunch of dwarves, but were you doing dwarves today, or were you doing Cud stuff today? The right line for the... It is true. I'm talking about how I don't like the dialogue in Fire Emblem. That's what I'm talking about. So, but yeah, no, I did my biggest achievement in Fire Emblem was I did a deathless lunatic run in Fire Emblem Awakening with no save scumming. And the way that I did it was I had 2 saves. one on Lunatic where I was save scumming, and then one on Lunatic where I wasn't save scumming. The one on Lunatic where I was save scumming, I would basically memorize the battle until I had it perfected, and then I would perfect it on my other save, and then I would do it again. So that's why I have 2,000 hours on Fire Emblem Awakening. That's the last Fire Emblem game I played. Was Fire Emblem Awakening. And the reason I have 2,000 hours on Fire Emblem Awakening is I was homeless when I had it. And it was the only games console I had. And the two games I had on my DS, or my 3DS, was Fire Emblem Awakening and Game Boy Tetris. And I have it's 1,800 hours in Game Boy Tetris and 2,400 hours in Fire Emblem Awakening or something. It was CUD? Well, that's good. I hope that you had fun. That's next level commitment. I had nothing else to do, man. I was just bored as shit, constantly on public transit between my ex's house and work, and wherever I was sleeping or the shelter I was sleeping at the time, because my ex's dad was a weirdo who wouldn't let me sleep at their house. Anyway, long story short, I didn't sleep much, so I just had nothing else to do. Yeah, that's another franchise I have no experience with whatsoever is Pokemon. I've literally never in my entire life played a Pokemon game. The only Pokemon game, or the closest thing to a Pokemon game I have played is I played Pokken Tournament at a friend's house once. They're not very good. They never really appealed to me. So, I guess actually technically I had the Pokemon trading card game for PC. Because my cousin gave me a cracked copy of it on a burnt disc. And I installed it, and I think I played it once for about 40 minutes. And this is awful. I never played it again. I never fully understood the appeal of Pokemon. This is just bootleg Magic. I never played Magic either. I did play some Yu-Gi-Oh, though. I had a starter deck for Yu-Gi-Oh, and I didn't play it for very long. Maybe a couple months. What's up, fam? How's things? No, it didn't go through because the last one was used 13 minutes ago. Would be why it didn't go through. Terrible. But I was able to resurrect Asmog Black as an unintelligent zombie with his guts hanging out. Recognize. So, I mean, that part kind of worked. He just kind of wanders. The vampire's in prison. And I'm not sure where the necromancer is currently, actually. Where is Necromoron? Diamond is currently listening to music in the tavern. Deep Space, thank you very much for the 6th month. God damn, that's a long time. Time flies, dude. Time fucking flies. I mean, wouldn't you if you were a necromancer? No gift to dwarf? I thought I turned it on, but apparently I didn't. But since people have noticed that I haven't turned it on, I'll turn it on in a little bit when people aren't paying attention. No, the Necro never died. Well, technically the Necro is dead, but that's just like more of a state of being than anything. But no, Necromancer didn't die. About the necro state of being. Well, necromancy is technically a form of undead in Dwarf Fort. Or unliving, I suppose. We do all of this. Or more of a lack thereof living? I don't know. What are you doing? Where are you going? What a place for you to gather rock blocks from. That's a lot of plump helmet. You know what? I'm going to start cooking plump helmets, I think. Yeah, I got 4,500. Let's set up 2. Oh, I already do have a lavish meal job set up. Do I want? I do have a kitchen somewhere, right? Well, you know what? Let's put a small kitchen down here. It's like the if you know, then you don't die, and spontaneous undie others. Yes, well, honestly, to me, necromancy is just like they're just normal ass dwarves with weird hobbies. That's all that they are. They're just normal dwarves with weird hobbies. Oh, I should probably jump over to the taverns real quick and find us some. Actually, you know what? Okay, so if this is you. Say that would be like right there, could go down to. I kind of want to just have like a. That's planned. That's a myths and magic thing that's planned. The walled coven has many worshippers and waterlungs and now requires a temple and a priest. All right, chat, we're building another temple, apparently. Question is, where do I put it? I'm thinking maybe down here, in this area. But also, this area has got a lot of development recently, so maybe we should put it like back here or something. Actually, no, we can put it right there. Go like right here, the walled coven. Have some actual reason for them to go over behind where the arena area is, or we could. Oh no, you know what? Let's put it up in this. Let's put the walled coven up in this area right here. And you know what? I think I'm actually going to make a rock transport minecart rail because I've got all of these boulders just piling up in here. And it would be pretty easy to set that up. I just would make it go this way. So we're going to put a little tiny transport rail maybe from like right over here. And then I could go around the back of this. Connect to this. And then run it from like around here all the way through here, around the outside of this, maybe over top of this, and then down over to here. And then into this stockpile. Because frankly, I think we're starting to need it. They worship fortresses? I'm not sure what they worship, but they are a religion that's been around for a bit. And let's make another silver minecart. And I've got a weaver that's withdrawing from society. They better hail Blob. Unfortunately, that one world has hailed Blob. Because there was that one religion that, like, worshipped an undead cave blob. In that one world I generated that one time. Imagine how, like, crappy it must be to live in the bedroom that has the minecart that goes right past it. That's gotta suck. This is just gonna be a temporary minecart rail. It's definitely the meme, yes. In this house we worship Blob. All hail the mighty Blob. Oh no, I don't want to go over top of the... Over top of the designated... Like, imagine, like, being locked out of your house because the government decides to build a minecart rail over top of your front door. I need to be careful I don't accidentally do here. And then we ponder orb. We're going to run from here. Oh, this is going to take a minute. Okay. Chat, I'm just going to let these dwarves run around and put everything away real quick. And also I want to keep that pillar for no actual reason other than I think I like where it's placed. I'm going to let the game run for a minute and just let them complete all these craft jobs. In fact, we're going to follow Tosid here. I'm going to go take a real quick piss break and grab me sandwich. I will be back in like under 2 minutes. Please entertain yourselves with a round of beers. And if you're one of the lovely folks who happens to give me money on Patreon, now is a good time to use, what's the word? Those sound commands to keep chat entertained. That's a burger. I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you want to.
For everyone.
Saphiro knows what's up. And thanks everybody as always for hanging out today. Like I said, my lunch break's only gonna be about 2 minutes, so it's not like stream's ending. We're just under 6 hours into the stream. I will be going for another 4, give or take. There'll probably be about 2 more. I don't know. You could find out by typing an exclamation point ketchup into the chat, Blood Odin. Anyway, I will probably be going for at least another 4 or 5. And too. Yeah, so do most dudes in the morning. But like, that's besides the point. Chat keeps interrupting me and I can't speak. So I will, I'll be going for another 4. I'll be back. I'm gonna get a sandwich.
You fucking donkey! It's for everyone!
Nuclear vessels.
I'll be honest, I've been back for about a minute. But I heard the music playing and was like, I'll just let that finish. I do like that the dwarf went to the party, though. That part's pretty good. Oh, shit. We got a clother's shop artifact getting going. They've grabbed an aluminum bar, pigtail cloth, tetrahedrite, 2 pieces of silver, point cut carnelians, and tetrahedrite. I was going to say, where's the cloth? But I guess there's pigtail cloth up at the top. This area is looking pretty rad, actually. All right, so let's go on the end here. Follow the whole thing. It doesn't really matter what material we make the one at the end out of. So they were covering with a song. It's very nice of them, actually. It's funny. I think that's the first one we've had today, too. Everything except for metal ores. And you know what? Actually, let's run this a little further up this way. Wait, what? Cannot place track. I see why. It's because Kiddo here is made that track stop. That's why. They did it for me yesterday too. Did they? Oh no. Yeah. Yesterday I was sitting here and I started playing, and then I got up and got a sandwich, and by the time I came back, I had a sandwich. Also, for anybody wondering, because for sometimes people do, I've had the same sandwich 3 days in a row. And the sandwich that I've had is a cheese, which is cheddar and Swiss cheese sandwich with grilled onions, not fried, grilled onions and grilled mushrooms. Had the same sandwich 2 days in a row. And you know, it's a pretty good sandwich. Make it again tonight. Because it happens to be just what I have in the fridge. Pretty good. Part of the reason why I just roll my eyes every time HelloFresh tries to give me money is I go, I already know how to cook. This is completely wasted on me. So how many zombies are up and alive on the surface? Less than I thought. So it appears that the surface is not safe, but safe-ish. Maybe now is the time to do this. Hell yeah, Matthew. And to build 70 plus tombs for your fallen. Oh boy. That's a lot of tombs. It's a non-trivial amount of tombs. We're sending the new beard and the mechanical drinks up to the surface here. Oh, also, for the few of you who are subscribed to the bots account, we have an emote there now. Which is that. The account that I'm referring to is this account. Which is my second account that I stream co-working stuff on. If for some reason you want to watch me edit YouTube videos, you can do that over there. All right, so we are going to go up here and we're going to unforbid everything. I'm probably going to regret this. We're going to send squad B. Here, little B. Look at that. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Aiton the Weaver has created Nekak Suvas, an asymmetrical pigtail cape, and offers it to the whales of drowning. I just shouted it out at the top of the stream, but here, I'll do this. But because it's because it's an asymmetrical cape, it doesn't have a sprite, which kind of sucks. This is an asymmetrical pigtail cape. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with square, brilliant cut carnelians and cushioned tetrahedrite cabochons and studded with silver and encircled with bands of pigtail and trillion cut sards. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object is menaces with spikes of aluminum and tetrahedrite. That sounds very uncomfortable. On the item is an image of a rodent man. There's no cut there. A rodent man in silver. And I'm going to give it to Old Zwari, I think. Yeah, we're going to do that. And Zwari wants me to make a ballista arrow, so... I'm going to assemble a copper ballista arrow. And since we're on the surface, for the first time in forever, I'm going to cut down some trees. A rodent man. Well, not really a rat. This is a rat. Or rather, that is a rat. And also, this is the camera that I use for the editing stream. That's literally just my hands pointed at my keyboard, my hands, and me sitting here editing and listening to records and not talking that much. It's not quite everybody's jam, but... So I've got a wolf corpse in here, which is pretty badass. The one I really want, though... This one? This is the one that I want, chat. I can rat jam IRL. Paying attention to the petitions and the combat log if anything pops up. I love that there's just a dead crab here. It's like there must have been a giant crab there at one point. See, here's the thing. No, I can't, actually, because I play copyrighted music in those. Also, are you volunteering to edit it for free? Because I already work 60-hour weeks to make the amount of content that I do recognize. But yeah, considering I don't save VODs and I don't allow people to clip on that channel, it allows me to... what's the word? It allows me to, what's the word? Play music that I wouldn't normally be allowed to, which is fun. So I get to, you know, play my jazz sometimes. Sometimes I play metal and other music that I can't play on this channel. Gotta wear you down a little? There's a reason why I slept for 23 hours and 30 hours over the weekend. Like, there's a pretty good reason for that. All right, dwarves. Let's just go into here and make an ammo stockpile. Make an extra animal stock, or rather, let's make that into an ammo stockpile. Let's make a animal stockpile. If we can get some of this crap out of here. Actually, I wonder. Ha! I was wondering why shit wasn't getting done. A lot of sense. I wonder how long that's been set. Probably a while, actually. Probably most of today. I mean, it's better than December. I have a rough estimate of how many hours I did in December, deep. In December, I approximately worked... Well, I streamed for 210 hours. And I did about 2 to 3 hours worth of editing per day. So, for the first half of the month. So I worked probably about... Probably close to 300 hours in December. That's a lot of storing items. Well, hopefully this will let us clean up the surface. You know how you guys have been talking about it's crazy how happy these dwarves are? Well, that's about to change. It's kind of messy, yep. There's no combat logs, though. But the good news is... That's the Maceman. Well, I don't see the giant penguin anymore, which leads me to believe that the giant penguin has been moved down into the basement. Why don't you ask Putnam that? I guess you have more. They post quite frequently on the Kitfox Discord. Here's the thing, Keyfry. I've been streaming for almost 10 years. Just under 10 years. As of November this year, it'll be 10 years. I've been burnt out before, but I'm pretty far from being burnt out. And besides, if I do start getting burnt out, I will just start doing split streams. Like, I've been streaming... Oh, yeah, if you're not on the Kitfox Discord, hold on. I think there's a... Yeah, it's at the bottom right there, underneath the F. So, Kitfox Putnam posts pretty frequently in there. If you want to know my opinion, probably not. Their general stance on their previous mod work is just well, I work on the game now, so unless someone wants to pay me to do it, kind of seems to be the way she's been talking about it. So, uh-oh, I'm Penguin Skeleton. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. No death yet. Looks like we beat it to death pretty quick. Some Lytast is in hospital injury. Vengeful after joining an existing conflict. Did you do any damage, though? Nope. Didn't kill anything. But yeah, I think a lot of people very much underestimate just how much actual work it takes to do this for a living. One of my favorite quotes about making content for a living is it's hysterical how many hours streamers work to play video games for a living. Beekeeper is fighting with what? Okay, so that was just with a previous skeleton, but I've got my military down here now. Also, don't mind the Titan. He's friendly. He just lives here. With getting beat up by a true. They're replacing all these cage traps. Getting iron bolts put away. I want to melt down a lot of those iron bolts. How about these trees? Have any of the trees been cut down yet? Uh-oh, more combat happening? Reindeer bull. Right, lad, run away. Tired and injured. Come on, bleeding. Come on, military. You guys... Oh, man. Come on. You've got one job, and that's don't die. Oh, no, there's a child coming. That's okay. The military's almost here. Get down here, Lola, you hero. We found Lead dead. Kiddo's fighting. Get in there! Save Kiddo! Okay. Kid is enraged at all enemies and tired, but took no damage. Frank, what did you do? How much did you dodge, Frank? So Wyatt's Frank got into a fight, and she was punching the agitated deer. Heart of the Tiger, what kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, she was just, like, getting kicked, but punching it. Seems like she got some bruises, but nothing major. And at the very end, when the soldiers arrive, she screams, "This is my fight, too. This might require an answer." Well, congrats. Also, there's another dead dwarf over there, so that's good. The military is now fighting with the reindeers. There's plenty of them to go around. Seems that, let's see if Captain Orange over here has gotten any kills. Definitely hasn't killed any reindeers just yet. How about you, McDerby? Oh, looks like Frank is still helping. Look at Frank. Frank is enraged at all enemies and dived into the second round of fighting and is still helping. In fact, have you trained any combat? A dabbling wrestler, no doubt. The saddest jerk I can find. Okay, we'll do my best. Any injuries or okay? Now you're seriously injured. Hang in there, Frank. Don't do anything stupid. I've got the military set to a station here, so they should defend you here until a doctor can come and assist you. Meanwhile, Talon Artho's just like wandering past, going blah 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 blah. I'm here to gather more shit. Is anybody coming to rescue the injured? Not yet. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, that's dress wound. Mayhaps I need some more doctors. Oh, there we go. Jerry Gord's coming to help the injured. So we'll follow Jerry Gord. So you want the saddest jerk I can find, you say? Well, it appears to be Cog currently, who got injured. Not even seeing in the recent combat logs, but Heart of the Tiger, aka Cog, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is gripped by crippling shyness, and is frequently depressed, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort, and feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention. He is not the type to easily fall in love or easily develop positive feelings, and he values romance. He often acts with compassion, and he sometimes acts without deliberation, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He occasionally overindulges and he tends to avoid crowds and laughs loudly when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, believes that the mastery of skill is one of the highest priorities, and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Personally thinks romance is fairly important in life and respects perseverance. He likes tetrahedrite, electrum, and honey yellow beryl, and coral, and KV bone, and the colors sepia, and flasks and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sound of the lacy phrases, and where was it? And the sound of lacy phrases, and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible, prefers to consume yellow bullhead and lettuces and blackberry wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. I too hate mosquitoes. Fuck mosquitoes. Mosquitoes have like no right to exist. Generally. Be back on the surface? Yeah, doing some stuff on the surface for a bit. And then we'll go back underground. As we do. But where'd Jerry Gord go? There you are. I'll follow Jerry Gord. Who is trying to rescue Frank. At least I assume that's who he's going to go rescue. But yeah, I would say that Frank did a good job just punching all of those scary, scary deer. Scary, terrifying deer, even. Is there a real limit to how many things you can put in the same cage? So there's an old saying, Derek Blake, in Dwarf Fortress. You can fit 9,999 dragons in one tile as long as 999 you can fit 1,000 dragons in a tile as long as 999 are lying down. Also, he just got spooked by something and then decided to not rescue the seriously injured child. I'm assuming it's these more reindeer that are coming over. So congrats to Jerry Gord for not rescuing the kid. Havoc, thank you very much for the 10 months, by the way. It's getting close to a year. Damn, dude. Go kick their ass. Go beat up Rudolph. And those. Apparently Abel's been... Oh. I don't actually know how long this dwarf's been here. Seems like they're coming from all angles. Oh. It appears that Frank is getting back into conflict. Dude, you're still seriously injured. This is my fight too. This might require an answer. I get it. I respect your enthusiasm, kiddo, but like, this might not be a place for a child. Also, this is actually bad. My military appears to be having a hard time over here. Come on, guys. Hang in there. That's 2 down. How about you up here? You're fine. You're thirsty. Okay, come on, kid. I'm literally the only reason the military is still stationed here is because I need them to defend this kid. That's an agitated giant snowy owl zombie. Can somebody please come rescue this kid? Please. Okay, well, at least the snowy owl's weak-ish. Okay, hold on. I'm going to station both squads right here. And most of them leave to go get drinks. I get it. Is anybody else coming to rescue wounded? Okay, Ruby Squeakbird is, but Ruby Squeakbird's also quite far away. So, come on, Ruby Squeakbird. Rescue Frank. Please. Uh-oh. Frank, I got bad news for you. Sorry. You were a good dwarf. You died doing what you love, punching reindeer in the nose. We no longer believe in you. That's mean. We will remember you, I think is the correct thing to say. Rest in peace, Deep. Or not Deep, but Frank. I was staring at chat and I saw Deep's name. Rest in peace, Frank. You're a good dwarf. You were a good kid. At least you went out swinging, you know? Bad decisions were made. I mean, I could have turned off chores for kids. I could have, but I didn't. All right, let's wait until Recover Wounded is... under-ish ground. Ooh, Ruby Squeakbird, yep. Did you draw your emotes, Deep? Or did you get somebody to draw them for you? Because they look really good. Aren't a thing in Undead Town? They're not actually hauling corpses. They're just hauling other things. And they're not, it's not child labor, it's chores. But making it sound so much worse than it is. All right, so we are... Got to get those bones out of there. But aside from that... Slowly letting everybody go back underground. I thought that Commander Honk was wielding a pickaxe for a second there. Akray, the miner out here, is going out to go pick up equipment. Dangerous job, Dwarf. Didn't actually get any of the trees hacked down, which is kind of funny. Frank is dead, chat. Oh, damn. Not bad for fiber. Oh, but yes, Frank is dead. So's Led, and so's Abel. Still a Nidus. Who am I giving a dwarf to? Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do me a huge favor. Please don't just resurrect dwarves that... Unless chat's like overwhelmingly that they want that. I don't like just naming a new dwarf after a person that just died. Give somebody else a chance. Somebody who hasn't had a dwarf, optimally. Or someone who hasn't had a dwarf in a while. Otherwise, it's like, come on. Like, do we have to do that? Like, let it rest until tomorrow or something. Plenty of people do not have dwarves. If you don't have a dwarf, raise your hand. Someone here is trying to give a dwarf away. Anna is a nice slab. Definitely a slab, yes. Okay, so I'm going to real quick memorialize the 3 dwarves that died in those escapades. Was Lead, LED, ERA, and Frank. Jeez. Yeah, I get why it's tempting, but like, let's wait at least until tomorrow before resurrecting Frank. Rock Jitsu? All right, chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving to Rock Jitsu? Actually, hold on a second. I'm kind of doing a thing here real quick. All right, let's go to here. Go over to this spot right here. We're gonna channel down one. Then go over to there. Give him an obsidian short sword. I will never give anybody such a terrible weapon. I want my soldiers to live, thanks. I mean, I got plenty of stone carvers. I got plenty of miners. Also, there's no obsidian on this map, so that would be difficult. But just as on principle, I would never give a dwarf such a terrible weapon. Rock Jitsu, beard or no beard? As I got one with beard and several without. You'd like the one with the beard? All right, we'll give you Mistem. I can type. I was like reading your name in chat and my hands were like too far over on the keyboard. That's Rack Jitsu. That's a very different thing. Okay. Rock Jitsu is a talented martial artist who's not anxious or anything. And his His long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven, and his thin thin protruding round amethyst eyes are close set. His slightly hooked nose is broad, and his round chin is and he has a round chin, and his dark tan skin is wrinkled, and his hair is pale brown with some gray. He is incredibly calm, and he is not quick to trust others, and he is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is assertive, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. That's a ghost. Oh, that's Zhang. Okay, so that's one of the dwarves that have already been. Okay, we'll figure that out later. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can handle stress. He likes to brawl, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is currently more shameless, and he has a greedy streak. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds sacrifice to be of the height of folly, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes bismuth, bronze, sapphire, and horsehoof, and the color goldenrod, gems, and the words of the meadow of sight and musical blossom. When possible, prefers to consume shad, sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Anyone knows why some structures never get built? It just says waiting to build and the construction is inactive. When you open the task, you can see your dwarves are not overloaded with a hauling task and the building is not suspended. Is it in a weird spot? Because, like, that could be a reason. Chat, quick, brainstorm ideas as to why something might not get constructed. They might not actually have access to the material needed to build the thing. Because sometimes that can cause the item to get canceled, or they can't reach it. Burrow could do it, because that's one of those things where there's like a dozen things that could cause it to happen. But I think the most common one would be dwarves just simply don't have a pathway to it. It's the Walled Coven. But yeah, not having a pathway to it, I think, would be my quickest. That's your culprit, but it's also hard to say. Oh, you know what it could be? Is there a forbidden item on top of it? Because that might cancel it, but sometimes it just, like, leaves the job idling. That could also be it. It's one of those weird ones where there's, like, a... I mean, it might also just be a... What are you trying to construct, specifically? Trade post close to the entrance hallway. Could you take a... I would say, could you take a screenshot of it and stick it in the in the chat on, like, Imager or something? That would probably help. It's one of those weird things where it's just like, I don't know, Dwarf Fortress gets kind of eccentric like that, and sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean, this one's very esoteric, and you'd probably know, so it's probably not this, but, like... If you also made a custom labor for construction specifically and then set it to only one dwarf does it, there just might not be enough people that could do it. But if you go to the tasks screen, and it's listed in the task screen, you can sometimes see if a dwarf has been assigned to it. I know it takes multiple blocks to build one. I'm gonna go lurk for a bit. Alrighty, enjoy your lurks. So many dwarves getting memorialized, it's a little silly. Don't mind the guy with his guts hanging out, he's friendly. Even though he may have a bit of a startling demeanor. Have you been able to build vertical axles on multiple Steam? Well, yeah, I have plenty of times. You just need to have stairs next to them so that the dwarves can reach them, and they work just fine. But the particular reason why an item isn't getting constructed is always a tricky one to kind of deduct without looking directly at it. It's like if I could just see the item, it's much more likely I'd be able to solve the problem. Also, is this working? Looks at things it is. This is going to be a very busy set of things. I'm going to get this crushed. God, there's so much dead shit down here. It's ridiculous. This is all from the surface. And keep suspending the job? Again, I don't know. Unless I'm constructing it myself, I couldn't tell you. But I've personally never had that issue. That's an undead polar bear, man. I ain't letting him go. Dude's a zombie. They really need different sprites for the polar bear zombies. And for a lot of the animal people zombies. Because the animal people just look like normal people. Can there be a world gen fort or city in a terrifying biome? Absolutely, yeah, all the time. Will they live particularly long? Now that's the better question. I misspelled remove. You're going to be assigned to this one. Your first stop is going to be here. I'm here in combat, so I'm just going to pause the game until this is done. This is going to glide this way, and this way, but I don't think we'll ever actually have a problem with that. Down here. Add a second stop. And you're going to glide this way when you're empty. Move those two. And then I just need a stockpile up here for boulders. Then I'm going to find out what's fighting, because something's fighting somewhere. Yak cow corpse. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Probably hit the wall, actually. How's the blood god in the wall today? That whole plan's gone to shit. I mean, I was able to res one zombie. who's this guy who just kind of wanders around now, Blood Odin. He's in prison now permanently because he refused to not attend meetings, so he's going to be in prison for, what? Another 271 days. So I'm just kind of leaving him there for right now. Still the necromancer, though. Who's just kind of hanging out. He's fine. He's doing his best to romance all of the necks, and we respect him for it. Do Siltstone for in here. Sup, Walmart? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Well, I have a Vampy and a Necromancer. And together they work as a team for one getting Lunchables and the other one getting, well, making some of my dwarves undead. They're a team-based operation. Just in lurk mode? Gotcha. I mean, a lot of people have been in lurk mode in the Dwarf Fortress directory as of late. It's, you know, is what it is. Speaking of lurks, enjoy your lurks, Wiz. Playing and watching? Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Oh, many tasks getting done right now. Not much I can do aside from just wait. Okay, well, this is the Walled Coven, if I'm not mistaken. Hearing more combat, I think. Dog is fighting? Oh, it was a kangaroo skeleton. That seems suboptimal. Please make that kangaroo skeleton cease being undead. It appears that Aiton and Reg are fighting with it right now. There's a lot of blood on the ground. Okay, well, it is now dead. Reg is seriously injured, pale, winded, and tired. Hopefully somebody comes and helps this dwarf momentarily. Oh, no, I when I say people have been in lurk mode mostly, I mean a lot of people haven't been watching Dwarf Fort. Like, views on this channel have quartered every single month since December, which is fine. They're still doing very well. I just hope they don't quarter again. All right, well, Dwarf's going to come back to life in a moment. Thankfully, they weren't named, but... Gonna station the military here real quick. Get them running over. I need your guys' assistance here. There are 3 siltstones on top of the building site that could not be hauled anywhere because of full stockpiles after they got removed. They built it. Okay, there you go. It took 2 seasons before that happened. Oh, no. 2 seasons. Bit excessive. Sorry it took so long, but... Thankfully, you were able to find the fix, you know? Let's get one for ton made. Ada W. Gizzle. Thank you very much for the kind words. Cheers. You can watch while you're supposed to be working. Damn right. Happy to make the world slightly less productive. You have anxiety when you have anxiety or when you're feeling sick? Yeah, I mean that's why I used to watch streams back in the day. Gives like your brain like the false good or the not false, but like the good chemicals, thinking that there's other people in the room when you're all stressed out. It's like that Northern Boys song. I'm sorry, what? Now I'm just curious if this minecart works. I'm sure it does, but... Although... Oh, actually, I know why they moved it. They moved it because they were building the thingy underneath. I know why they moved it. Just have to set you to load from here. Yeah, no, I mean, I started streaming back in the day because it's just Blind is just debunking everybody's good chemicals. Yeah, well, the brain is a fickle organ that's easy to trick. Yeah, I started streaming back in the day because I worked full-time night shift and had a 2-hour commute one way. So I would wake up, spend an hour and a half, 2 hours playing video games. I would go to work. I would work. I would come back. I would sleep for a few hours. I would wake up, play a few hours of video games, then go to work again. And my weekend would roll around and I would sleep for 16 hours, and then I would play 4 hours of video games, then I would sleep for 16 hours, and then I would play 4 hours of video games, and I would go back to work. Working that kind of shift schedule basically meant that like social life just didn't exist. So Twitch and streaming was my stand-in for that. So I know that Vampy did this. So I'm going to interrogate Vampy about this one. You have a chill husky? Hell yeah. You must have a lot of property, because chill and husky doesn't really go together in my brain. All right, so they should just run in. Oh, also, I should have that giant penguin in the fort, which means I can jump up to here and go, where are you at, giant penguin? There you are. There you go. Anybody can train giant penguin. I just want a giant penguin in my fort. Loves going on hikes? Yeah. A friend of mine growing up had a husky that was, like, very poorly trained. Forgotten beast made of water. A giant bubble! You better pop it. Oh, damn right. It's going in front of the vault right next to my giant other critter, which I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting the name of that type of animal now. Clay Commander. Feel anything after seeing a kangaroo's dead body? Well, nobody really should. Puffin, yes. It's a giant puffin. It's like, I wanted to say it sounds like a pastry, but like, it's not wrong, but also not correct. Add puffins to the list of birds that just sound delicious. Me? What's the most terrifying Forgotten Beast I got so far? In this version, nothing super scary. But the most terrifying Forgotten Beast I ever got killed 156 dwarves, which was every single dwarf in my fort in under 5 minutes. And it was a horse composed of steel that shot webs. It just ran through the whole fort and everybody died. Even my military. When you asked yesterday the world gen identity file regenerates when it gets deleted, the answer is yes. You have to go to the world settings after creating a new world and press the save button on the top right corner and verify all settings and confirm to. Hell yeah, that's good. Okay, also, I apparently can't pull this lever. Is a very smart soldier, Locum here, Clay Commander, just walked out into the wilds. Where are you going? You big genius? Steel horse? Hold on. Steel horse band. It is a band. They have a Facebook page. They are very much a country band. I'm on the Steel Horse. Okay, I say country, but they claim that they're classic rock. I don't know. The nation's premier biker band. Oh, I'm sure that's good. Yep, they look like they drive Harleys. This is a very good website. They like motorcycles? I think they like motorcycles. They sound kind of like you know, like a Headstones type deal. Like a country hard rock kind of band, but because they call themselves a classic rock band, yeah, they're definitely like, without even listening to their music, I can tell you they're probably a country rock band. I haven't checked in on him, to be completely honest. I've been distracted with other things, but he hasn't gone insane and he seems pretty happy. So I also have an undead Kia man, which is kind of awesome. All right, that seems to be everybody inside, I hope. You've heard of them before? Oh, really? Harley's all around, definitely. The horses wanted, dead or alive. Oh, hey, we have another cat in the fort. All right, I can now remove this. The pregnant creed has many worshippers. Are there any strategies for kicking minecarts up several Z levels? You basically for several Z levels, you have to use rollers. Kicking will maybe get it up a Z level. And I say maybe kind of tentatively. Unless, like, you can push it down first, but even then, like, momentum only goes so far, right? Yeah, no, basically, if you want minecarts to go up levels, you basically need to push them with a dwarf. Unless you want to have rollers, like, every other level all the way up. Generally, if I'm going up levels, I just make a dwarf push it. Which is way safer anyway. Like, I have minecarts all over this fort, and they're all manual. Like, I got this one running over here. Oh, I see the problem here. This ain't working. Gotcha. But, speaking of Forgotten Beasts composed of water, now I have one. I mean, you could use impulse ramps, but if you want to use impulse ramps, you got to look those up because I refuse to use exploits and explain to people how to make exploits optimally. So those might be able to get them up, but then you're just very, very likely to turn a dwarf into a red mist more than anything. Those are mostly just useful for killing things. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast. Fenast Ugrad Ugush. Okush. Okush. Gush indeed. Much of a gusher, has come. An enormous quadruped composed of water. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly splattle. I don't think it can get to me, though. It's strong and tough. Sure. I don't believe you, game. I don't think it's strong nor tough. All right, I'm gonna just crush this bear man corpse real quick. Because these dwarves keep trying to go down here to get this, and then freaking out because bear man corpse. It's tough for a puddle. True. Have you ever tried to kill a puddle? It's pretty challenging to leave a dent in it. All right, so now this can come get grabbed. What I'm going to do down here is I'm going to dig out this, and then I'm going to... I don't actually think I have any. I don't think I currently have any, so I'm just going to queue up a bunch of hatch covers because rock hatch cover. Let's just do 80 more because I'm going to need a bunch anyway. I'm going to make them all shale. I'm going to put a little drop way down into here. I am, in fact, 70% puddle, yes. But have you ever tried to leave a dent in a 100% puddle? It's quite the challenge. What are you doing? Moving really slowly for gypsum. Need to make another kiln. So I'm going to put a hatch cover over top of this. And then this is going to get channeled out right here. To right about there. I was going to say, I beg your fucking pardon. Why is that there? And then this right here is just going to get flooring put on top of it. And this is going to go all the way down to the bottom here. And then we're going to throw stuff into here, and it's going to land down here, and then I'm going to pull a lever to, crush it. In fact, I'm going to connect this down here to the same lever as this drawbridge. So we'll just have an automated thing, and I can throw clothing in there or whatever. Wow. Wow, wow, no, 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 no. Feel like music's a little low. Just making sure it's fully connected. Looks like it. I don't know how this Kia Man partial skeleton got into the fort, but there's an undead Kia person in my fortress, so we're gonna go kill it. It's a purple green bird man thing. You know, I feel like they should be maximum level building topplers. The Kia people. They look cute. You know, I just like to remind people that there are actual videos of Kias ripping doors off of cars in real life. Oops. Don't actually need to do that. There's quite a few on YouTube, but just go look up Kia's working on car on YouTube. They are insane birds. They are like the real life vandals of nature. Not necessarily just cop cars. They don't really discriminate. But yeah, no, there's a video of them ripping the door off of a car on YouTube. Like lots of antennas. They will pull like the siding off of houses. They're just very smart parrots that like to rip stuff apart for fun? I guess. I don't know. I don't know if they do it maliciously or if they just do it because they're like, oh, hey, this falls apart if I poke it. They're just smart birds. But all parrots are vandals. Says the budgie. Rat assigned, what up? You seem you seem to be like biased against parrots, budgie. Let's get this done. All right, yeah, we can totally just put the artifact throne in here. You know what? Let's just do this. What's the value of that? 2,000 of 6,000. Make more than you think you'll need, flex, because you'll probably need more than that, is what I do. Stable supply? No idea. I just make enough until they don't complain about needing more. Until I notice I have them lying around, and then I assume I have enough. That's all that I do. And generally, it works. All right, so that is there now, meaning I can go up to here, and I can click on this, and I can say link lever. Do you recommend players who have only played Classic at least try out Premium Dwarf Fortress? I mean, you're asking the most biased person on Earth if they should play his favorite video game. They mean Classic, I'm assuming. By Classic, I think they mean version 47, because the last time I saw verbose around here was version 47 era. But yeah, I mean, I think this version is really good. I mean, it certainly isn't perfect, but I don't think I've ever played a perfect version of Dwarf Fortress. Let's call it Legacy. Let's stop throwing like more terms at a game that has too many variants already. Let's just be specific about version numbers. Version 47. I'm previous. Yeah, I mean, play it. Try it. I mean, here's the thing, right? My process of learning this version was an extreme test of my own patience. But after about like 2 to 3 hours, I was like, okay, this is just Dwarf Fortress. And yes, you should play it. Speaking of playing it, let's check out my... I mean, okay. We have detailed sprites of giant puffins, and I'm about to put a giant penguin right here. Obviously, you need to play this version. Clearly, it is the superior version. Look at how comically large this puffin is. Wait until you see how comically large the, like, penguin that I'm about to put here is. But, I mean, it's still Dwarf Fortress. I mean, it's got some weird control quirks, I would say. But, like, it's still just Dwarf Fort. At the end of the day, it's still just Dwarf Fortress. I mean, I remember names of people who stick around a lot, right? Like, there's obviously a lot of people that came and went throughout December that I'm not going to remember ever, right? But because they came and went during that big rush. But, you know, anybody who sticks around for a while, yeah, obviously, I'll remember. Copper cage. Let's just do 10 copper cages. Remember you, Senpai? No! Damn it. Main minus is no ocean waves. Yeah. And if you want to see what Classic looks like right now, by the way, Verbose, it's like, this is what Classic looks like. So if you download the free version right now, this is what the free version was like. You still get the new UI and everything. It just looks like this. Although there's no zoom right now, so things are get a little squinty. But yeah, this is what Classic looks like right now. Yep. The free version gets all of the same updates. All the same content's coming to this version. But you have to relearn the UI in ASCII, which I would argue is probably a bit of a challenge. No, it's very easy to forget you. I do my best every single minute of every single day, like... Ads incoming. Sorry, chat. Everybody does, because they don't want to support more than one UI type. Right? It's less development resources to just simply support both on both versions. Sorry, not sorry, broccoli. Which one was the pregnant creed? It's the turquoise sanctum, which is over here. Oh boy. This is amazing news. This isn't news, but this is all old information, my dude. I hate to break it to you, but this was announced like, not even, I can't even say last year. This was announced in like 2020. This isn't news. Common knowledge, sure. But I would recommend paying for the tile set because the music's really good. The only difference between premium and classic is premium comes with the, you know, fancy graphics. First time on Twitch in like 5 months? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, that's good. But welcome back to the realms of Twitch. Is it funny that I'm trying to figure out what they changed about the elves because it's been long enough now that I'm like, what actually did get changed? So you can assign a dwarf to a squad in a list. It would be like being able... You know, so this is actually something that used to be in the game. I think, Matthew, if I'm understanding what you're saying. If you used to be able to hit the military tab, and it would just give you a list of active squads in the old UI, which would pop up down here. And then you could just be like, click, and add them to the squad from this screen. That used to be the case. To the point when I spoke with Putnam about it, she was just like, oh yeah, where did that button go? We need that button back. Like, why? Where did that button go? Shit, there used to be a button there. So yeah, hopefully that'll come back eventually. Okay, so we can recognize priesthood over here. The holy mine. All right, chat. There's a lot of dwarves in the fort currently that worship this particular, or that are members of this particular religion. So should Kaylee, who's in the military, or should Stylinitis, or should Redbug, Ball of Lint, Jerry? You know, actually, maybe I should give it to Jerry Gord. Because Jerry Gord's a peasant. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Jerry Gord. Jerry Gord, you become the holy mine of the Walled Coven. Yeah, whenever I want to assign a dwarf to a squad, I just put a bunch of exclamation points in their name. I don't even know if this dwarf would fit in the squad. I just rename them to a bunch of exclamation points and then just click on the squad and then click position and then scroll down until I find it. It doesn't take that long. It's generally fine. It's like bang right there. Are you even any good for the military? Nope. Good luck. So like that's basically what I do.
I've been living under a quantum stockpile.
Oh God.
I have not kept up with things. Downloading V50DF now smiley face.
You grabbing it from the website or are you buying it off Steam? And we've spent enough time fucking around with it now that we can just tell you where shit is and the menus just ask. I can just show you. We're on the website? Gotcha. Well, best of luck. Buttons are all in the same place as this, so it's all mouse driven now. There's no keyboard controls anymore that work. But, it's still Dwarf Fort. Quirks and all. Although, you want to see how easy it is to make minecart tracks now? You literally just go to the smooth button, you click on the thing, and you go wonk. And then you just click. It's great. Look at that. It's awesome. Although, this is just a, and bang, suddenly minecart. Great. 2 clicks. It seems your provider is fixing their network after a day of stuff breaking or so the stream won't oh no! Maybe it's time for 1 a.m. sleep. If you can't hear me, Moo Clown, what kind of dwarf would you like? Created some limitations? What limitations? I haven't encountered anything that used to work that doesn't work now, so now I'm kind of curious. Maybe time for you? Well, we'll see you when we see you. And Verbose, thanks for the second month back with Prime. Do I have any peasants left? I think so. I got Shortast and Adil. Adil? Ad'll do. The crowd, there was a button here reminds you of your programming days when some idiot had compiled and linked the previous version by mistake. There was a button here! Where did the button go? Moo Clown, very much is a, well, has a very long beard that is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided and his copper eyes are slightly rounded. His eyelashes are short and his nose is slightly hooked. His ears are somewhat tall and his hair is pale brown and his skin is pale taupe. He doesn't feel envious of others. Someone's DMing me and I'm just being like, shush. He does not often feel lustful, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is passive in discussions, and he likes to take it easy. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and likes a little excitement now and again. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he has an active imagination. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and begins speaking monotone whenever he's angered. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art. That's not really monotone, it's more just shitty. He personally respects power and does not see introspection as important and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes Billin, Daedric, Agate, Muskox, Horn, and Phantom Spider, silk picks and distractions and backpacks and naff plants for their flowers, and the words of the page of Aquamarine and the sound of the luxurious queen, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato plants and rice, beer, and cow's milk and garlic seeds. And hates toads. All your Dwarfer belong to us? All right. It's good to see that done. So this one over here. Oy vey. That was fast. The walled coven. The location must be built and furnished. So I built the walled coven up here, and immediately they want it turned into a complex. Guys, come on. Okay, so what we're going to do before I do anything else is I'm going to put flooring right here, and I'm going to make this into a garbage dump zone. And I'm going to go on a garbage dumping spree. We are going to get rid of a lot of shit, because there is just clothing kind of piling up sort of kind of maybe everywhere. We're just going to get rid of kind of everything. If it's lying around and it's a sock, I don't care if it's a family heirloom, your great-great-grandma's, your grandpa's, Papa Urus 4000ths, or just simply a sentimental treasure. If it's lying on the ground, it's going in the trash, okay? Especially if it's in the hospital. Because I'm just assuming you're dead in that case. When did it get graphics? December 6th, not January. December 6th last year. Dwarf Fortress got graphics. And you can purchase the version with the graphics over on the Bay 12 Games website. Do I like it better? I mean, it came with an update that added a lot of stuff that I think is way better. I mean, like I answered a very similar question a little bit ago. You're asking possibly the most biased person ever. I think that this version of the game mechanically is the best version of the game that I've ever played. It was very unstable for like a week, but it's fine now. So mechanically, it's possibly the best version of the game I've ever played. It's different in a lot of ways. It's no longer, keyboard controlled, which has its issues and isn't perfect. But overall, I think it is a vast improvement over previous versions, and I really like it. I think that it adds a lot of really great features, and it adds some features that I'm not super fond of. I think that the cavern dwellers are a bit obnoxious, but I think overall it is a far better version than the previous version of the game. Locks their dwarves in the tavern until they get married. Hey, that's better than locking the dwarves in bedrooms together until they make babies, which is what we used to have to do before they would actually socialize. We used to literally do that. Okay, so Oh, I was gonna say, why is this stockpile not working? Well, now it is. Bunch of rocks is pushing us a minecart full of a bunch of rocks. Like Minecraft villagers? They do that in Minecraft? I know nothing about Minecraft villagers. That's so far after I stopped doing that. Okay, what are you in an existing conflict with? Whatever it was, it must be dead. Oh, wait, what? Why is there a Crundle in the fort? The fuck? Who let that Crundle in here? Kill it with axes or hammers. Sheesh. I don't know if I'd call that a jump scare necessarily, but there definitely was a surprise Crundle. Crundle surprise. It's like a Kinder surprise, but like minus the fun. And there's no toy at the end. You blame Claiborne? You know, that's actually fair, especially since Claiborne isn't here right now. Like, what are we blaming you for? Because something completely irrelevant that you had absolutely nothing to do with, and it's not your fault. It's fine. Okay, well, I will accept that. You know, it's funny, because, like, I was working on, like, 4 other things, and now apparently no longer working on, like, 4 other things. So I have this temple right here. What if I actually make, like, a temple complex? I'm going to make a second temple connected to the turquoise sanctum over here. I was going to make this into something completely different, but then it just didn't happen. I just resized the window. Okay. You... going to be a meeting area. Oh, also, Verbose, since you haven't been around for forever, have you heard the great, wondrous work of art, Drink and Industry? Your civ is in a civil war and you don't get migrants? You need the kids. Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, no, I've definitely gone through some pretty extreme measures to get kids in my fortress before, so I feel you there. Turquoise Sanctum. Hmm. Got 45 silver. It's like nothing. Actually, what can I make right now? Make sterling silver. We're just gonna queue up sterling silver. At least somebody's working on sterling silver. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. Sometimes, like, I won't specifically lock dwarves into taverns, but something that I will do is I will make what I call, like, a party or a celebration or, I don't know, some sort of happy word zone, which is essentially just the dwarves just all are allowed to go into the library, the tavern, the temples, any public zones where they can socialize, and then just lock them in there for X number of hours. I will do that from time to time, which is quite a bit of fun usually. That's often something I'll do. Make like a celebration. What's the word? Burrow? Also, I interrogated the guy a second. Oh, he confessed. Vampy, confessed to another murder. Well, at the very least, he's a very honest vampire. I feel really bad for this vampire. It's like this vampire that I'm trying to just be super evil with is like, kills somebody, feels terrible about it. Right? Whenever I convict him of a crime, or whenever he commits a crime and somebody like reports it and I interrogate him, he immediately just like confesses. And he just like is constantly haunted by his own actions. Just kind of hates it. It's kind of sad. All it really is. It's just kind of sad. He's the worst imposter. He's really, 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 really bad at Among Us. Speaking of Among Us, on Among Us's website, they sell t-shirts that just say dead game on the back. I kind of want one. I just think it's really funny. It's funny how easy it is to find a vampire. Yeah, it's hysterical in this version because like it's not that easy in classic. Like if you play classic, you will definitely have a much harder time than that. Yeah, it's like Among Us right now has what, like 5,000 people playing on Steam, according to this, which, you know, is nothing compared to the peak of 745,000. More than DF, though? It's also $5 and requires the brain of a peanut to play. So, like, it's not exactly a very complex game. That was kind of mean, but... Yeah, we play DF. We smart. Yes, very much. We smart emote. Oh, man, I need to go grab that emote. Oh, well. I have it on Discord, but I don't have it on here. Is Angel from Buffy? I know nothing about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's another TV show that I like completely missed. I've seen like 10 seconds of Buffy the Vampire Slayer once. And so because of that, I have absolutely zero actual knowledge of what Buffy the Vampire Slayer is. I feel like somebody's stuck somewhere because the frame rate got kind of annoyingly not good. That or there's like just a bunch of undead grundles somewhere. Oh, right. I was going to attach the penguin. Penguin. There you are. Couldn't play Among Us because 1 year bad liar. I don't find games like that fun. I have 2 friends that work on it. I have a toilet paper emote, but we don't have a We Smart emote. I'm very good at internet. I feel like I have too many puppies in this fort, but that's not very true. This is probably my favorite temple in this fortress. It's like it's up here, and then it just drops down into this lower area. It's kind of cool. I mean, I know who the actress is, apparently. Metalhead. I mean, all of those games are just Mafia, though. The bar that you go to on the weekend is always playing some kind of channel that has Stargate SJ1 and Buffy playing on it. I bet it's just Sci-Fi Channel, but Sci-Fi Channel has some strange stuff on it usually. Comet TV? Huh. Sounds like a good bar. Sci-Fi once said Warehouse 13, though, which was a great show. Sci-Fi's had lots of great shows. I mean, we have the Sci-Fi Channel to thank for the existence of, like, The Expanse as a TV show. This is a weird email. You can now make playlists on the Bandcamp app. Okay. As somebody who's never used the Bandcamp app before, that's good. Thanks, Bandcamp, for informing me of this. I don't know what I would have done without this knowledge. Something, something, one time at Bandcamp. You stuck an item in an inappropriate location. And said a weird thing just for the sake of shock comedy. I'm kind of ashamed to say that I've seen every single one of those movies. It's worth 14. Siltstone's pedestal. 1,500. 1,000. 1,500. No Shame in Youth. I don't know. Those movies got pretty bad, and I definitely wasn't a youth by the time the last few came out. American Pie was comedy. No, it's definitely just an adolescent's brain documentary. This is what it's like to be a young adult.
Been a wild ride.
So what does that mean? It's been a wild ride. I'm out. Peace. See you, nerds. See you never. Bye. What's up, Pablo? Thanks for the 18th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around still. You lost so many great sci-fi shows due to the big HBO Max cancellation. Was that what all that was? Eh. Or you know. Now I will never know how Snowpiercer ends. I mean, you could in fact know how Snowpiercer ends. Just get it from the Swedish Public Library. It's still running, is it not? I'd swear that it was. Like, I'd swear that that was just on Netflix. Which means it's perfectly available on the Swedish Public Library. You just need to be dedicated enough to your craft to find it. See, I don't think piracy is good, and I will not promote piracy here, but I do definitely promote freedom and access of information. And if for whatever reason you really need to research the ending of Snowpiercer, or a new episode of Snowpiercer for a academic project, I fully support the access of publicly available information in public spaces. Over 80 scripted shows? Really? You know, I feel really good about, like... I was somebody who, like... took advantage of publicly available items on the internet for many years of my life. And then, you know, subscribed to Netflix and all that crap because, like, it was available and cheap at the time and had pretty good shows on it at the time when it was new. And now that all that stuff is just becoming just as bad as cable television, I am going back to the old ways of, accessing publicly available information for academic research. In this case, academic research being discussing it on my broadcasts with people on the internet. Very important academic research, so thus the access of public information for academic purposes, I think, is perfectly justified and legal, especially considering, all things should be available to the public for research purposes. I do actually still pay for Netflix, though. So, mostly because my parents pay for half of it. So... I refuse to give Disney money. They ruined all affection I had for Star Wars, which is more than enough reason for me to never give Disney money ever again. And I know that they're making good stuff for Star Wars, but sorry, no, I will never forgive them for episodes 7, 8, and 9. I don't fucking care if they're making good stuff now. They've already completely spoiled the well on that shit. And I'm not somebody who's like, uh-oh. Vampire got possessed by a ghost. That's spooky. Thus. Ton. Seven was a remake of episode 4. If they wanted to remake episode 4, they should have remade episode 4. Episode 8 was so hysterically bad I walked out. And episode 9, I made it about 25 minutes in and then was like, you know what? Actually, nah. You have a much higher tolerance for garbage, trash, shit tier movies than I do, styled. Here's the thing, right? This is something, like, Star Wars was my favorite thing when I was 12. Like, when I was a little kid, Star Wars was my favorite thing. I owned all of the books. I had many comics. I owned many video games on platforms that I owned. I even enjoyed the prequels to a degree when I was a little kid. I was one of those kids. I had millions of Lego kits, it felt like, so many collectibles, action figures, everything I could get my hands on. Yeah, sorry, I maybe I'm a bit of a tough critic of Star Wars related things when it comes to new stuff, but holy fuck, their attempt at trying to make goodwill with Star Wars was burned fast. I mean, as an adult now, the prequels are garbage, but, I just, sorry. Yeah, no. I never played Star Wars Galaxies. I was too young. Didn't really have much internet access at that point. Tyler One, who am I giving a dwarf to? It worked, yeah, because it was available and you clicked it. It's almost like bitching about things that aren't actually an issue don't really change the fact that they're not an issue. I don't know, you redeemed it, so who am I giving a dwarf to? You should be one of those people who's like, all right, chat, write a haiku. Help me out here. Do I have one? Yes. I've had one for like right away the second this fort was made, thanks to chat. So, not only do you not know who has a dwarf, but you're also not you're clearly not paying attention. Sorry, I'm giving you shit for no reason. Strike 2. Uh-huh. The prequels for Star Wars are perfectly passable children's movies, but they're pretty bad movies. You know what's funny, Luby Blade? Some people, like, occasionally in YouTube comments go on about how I'm the most insufferably horrible person ever. They're like, why are you so mean to your chat? It's like, they're here for it. What? This is consensual. Nobody's getting abused here. This is for content. God damn it, Blind, give me a break. What, over my knee? Anyway, on the topic of content, chat, who doesn't have a dwarf? Our friend here, Tyler One, needs an idea. Apparently Lego Star Wars is amazing. What, the games? The Lego Star Wars games are pretty okay. The hysterical thing is generally chat's actually pretty honest about this. You don't really get people being like, I need a dwarf, when they don't. Great comedians are Canadians. You know what's really funny? Because like I don't hang around people very often, Joe Rocker, right? Like genuinely, I don't hang around other people very often. Every now and again, like I'll get invited to a thing or like hang out with a small group of people, but really, I generally I'm very much a solitary person. Not necessarily by choice. It just kind of happens that way. And the result is I don't actually realize that I say things that other people find funny. And then whenever I do actually hang out with a group of people and everyone's just pissing themselves laughing constantly, and I'm just like, what? Like, it doesn't register that I tell jokes all the time. Or like when I hang around my parents, my mom just like keeps cracking up. I'm just like, what am I doing? Giving it to Jazz? All right, chat, what kind of dwarf does Jazz get? I don't actually have any bards. Maybe I should make Jazz a bard. Soap maker? Bard, soap maker! Dancer, bard, same shit. Jazz, beard or no beard? Did you intend to make that rhyme, Cerniv? Okay, so let's find someone who's good at being a bardie with a beard. Literally none of them have beards, except for a devilish potato who's already named. Who's a skilled musician and a legendary speaker. How often do you get legendary speakers? Dude must be like fucking Sennheiser or something. Well, nobody needs a garbage wood crafter, so. Moldath is now a performer. Jazz 81. The amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. His medium-length beard is braided. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed, and he has a grating, raspy voice. His narrow nose is hooked, and his slightly rounded bronze eyes are protruding. He is somewhat narrow. Ears are tall. He has a round chin, and his hair is burnt umber. His skin is burnt umber, and his left hand bears a massive jagged scar, and his third finger on his left hand is broken. Smashed apart, in fact. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He never becomes angry, and he is dour, as a rule, conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's currently watching a mining demonstration through a wall? No, not through a wall. Okay, but these ones are watching through a wall. He generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity, and he often feels lustful. He likes to brawl, and he has a greedy streak. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a calm demeanor. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, finds sacrifice to be of the height of folly, and sees no value in holding back complaints. What just happened? Oh shit, Caravan is around. No shit. Oh, that's kind of cool. He likes Rhyolite, fine pewter, and red flash opal, and leather and giraffe horn, and the color beige. He likes leather armor, bins, and rabbits for their ears, and koala men for their adorable appearance, and the sound of the russet meadow, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies. And when possible, prefers to consume Grimeling. I don't actually know what that is. Apple cider, and absolutely hates leeches. Word on the leeches. You have plenty of friends. You're a member of the Walled Coven. So, creamy beige, yes. But yeah, I don't actually know what a Grimeling is. So. I 100%ed Pathologic. It's pretty good. Long time ago, though. Have you seen the Leech Man sprite? It's pretty cursed. Are an exceptionally rare evil-aligned creatures that are found in the evil wetlands resembling humanoids made out of waterlogged weeds. Huh. Okay. So they're like stranglers then, which are also exceptionally rare. I've never seen a strangler in Dwarf Fortress. One of these days I need to go on a quest to find a strangler. I was gonna make crown. Oh no, they wanted blocks. Well, that's easy. We can use this as an opportunity to get rid of all the different types of blocks that I'm not going to use. All right, so we can get rid of the marble. We can get rid of the schist. We can keep the gabbro. Keep the granite. Get rid of the dolt. Let's get rid of... Keep the shale. Keep the silt. Let's keep the sandstone. Let's get rid of the microcline. There we go. Look at all these blocks we can get rid of. Get rid of... Yeah. 149 items. Let's also sell as many arrows and bolts as we can get our hands on. I have the tigers fell into depression. Well. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of a different game, not Pathologic. Pathologic is that weird, crazy Russian game, right? With the weird stair spindle thing in the middle. I haven't played that. I'm thinking of a different game, which has a very similar name, which is like 30 minutes long. So yeah, no, I didn't play Pathologic. My bad. I'm trying to think, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Paratopic, not Pathologic. Also a horror game. Oh, you just got your 3070. I have a 3070. I bought a 3070 because I was like, oh no, EVGA is going away and their last series of cards that they're making is 30 series cards? Well, that won't do, so I bought myself a 30 series EVGA. You're still admiring the box? No, I'm good. I have absolutely no interest in that game. The one that you say is one of the greatest games you've ever played. I'm not a big fan of that style of survival game. I'm good. Hard pass on that. More importantly, there's an angry reindeer right there that I need to be dead. Also, I want to check something. Aha! I have a comically large penguin. Look at that comically large penguin. Miserable after being confined. It is a very comically large penguin. Not actually an emperor penguin, just a penguin. Oh, never mind. I'm not so concerned now. It's actually just an angry reindeer head. There's nothing else attached. It's just an angry reindeer head. So there's no actual reindeer attached to it, so it's not so big of a deal. Is it being trained? Well, we have a trainer assigned to it, so I would assume so. This always reminds me of the time that like I was playing on a resurrecting biome, and then I was like, oh no, there's a undead like human walking towards me, and then I looked at it, and it was actually not. It wasn't actually a undead human. It was a undead human neck that I assume, well, obviously I assume was just inchworming its way towards the fortress as quickly as possible, and all it really did was it got kicked by a child, and the child killed it, which is just very funny to me. Which to which point I always say, as long as it's not Corey Taylor's neck, we're probably okay. Neck means neck plus head. I checked on the wiki, and it confirmed, it stated that it was probably just considering it to be like the torso, but not actually the head, because otherwise it would just be labeled as the head. I love it when people, like... I love it when people comment on my videos and say things like, this method doesn't work. And then I rewatch the video, it's like one of my tutorials, and it's just like, okay, follow it exactly step for step and it works just fine. Clearly you didn't follow one of the steps. Somebody just like informed me on one of my videos that the mist generators don't work. And it's like, but I'm pretty sure they work. Certain they work, in fact. Let's discuss the situation. All of the wood. Cute. They want handwear and quivers. Just being a neck sounds funnier. What's even funnier to me is it's like someone, I can't remember what Q&A it was, but someone at some point asked Tarn what he qualifies as something that can be zombified, and he said that their reasoning was anything can be zombified as long as it can grab. So if it has like a mouth, if it has something it can use as a hand, like if it's skin, it can like reach and grab a thing. It's like, because some really weird things like arms, hands, things like that can all be zombified. It's like, so I want to know exactly how a neck grabs things. I mean, obviously in the game, like it's probably counting it as like the jaw or something, but like obviously hair can grab, naturally hair can grab. I've seen the thing. I know how this goes, but like, how does neck grab? Out of all of them, how does neck grab? I've seen zombified wool. I've seen zombified wool get punched and turn into 2 mangled wool. which is very funny. And next is like bop, 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 bop. There's something hysterical about that. Just absolutely hysterical. Like some likes. Things called likes just make me think that people are making fun of like roguelikes whenever I see that, and then it takes me a second to realize that they're talking about Zelda half the time. Pretty much next that grab you. Oh, I need to Google likes and like have a reminder of what they look like. Like Zelda. What do they look like? I mean, that's just a decapitated. That does not look like a neck. Those are just likes are just a pineapple that's got the top cut off. It's just a really angry pineapple. Yeah, undead echidnas are bugged right now. Because echidnas have an invulnerable form where they roll up into a ball. And undead echidnas get stuck in the ball form and then never come out of the ball form. Yeah, likes are just a decapitated pineapple. Go look at a like. Like, I just looked at a picture of a like. They're very much just a decapitated pineapple. It's a pineapple with the top cut off. It just needs to be put on a pizza and it's delicious. That's a weird pineapple. Clearly you've never seen Canadian pineapple then. I don't even know where I'm going with this bit. Did you know that exalted wonders get to attend meetings? Or conduct meetings with unhappy citizens? That's interesting. Religious figures act like the mayor as tending to upset citizens. Huh. Neat. An echidna slowly took out 12 of your doors. Really? I'm very fortunate to have not run into those yet. Oh, no. Ghostly dwarf, undead, child dwarf ghost thing is stealing stuff. Let's see if I can place more of these. Okay. Two ball. No, they steal it. They basically like remove it from the world, from the map. I thought that a Canadian on vacation was a Hawaiian. Is where Hawaiian pizzas came from. The funniest thing about that is Hawaiian pizzas came from Canada, not from Hawaii. They came with a rooster. I just want the food. I'll take the anvil. Meat. Fish. Don't need the plump helmets. I'll take the leaves. Thread. The one stack of cheese. There you go. I'm done. Yeah. Oh. Dwarf's been laid to rest. You're welcome, Keyfry. Canadian invention, which is why Canadians tend to like it. No, the rooster was unrelated. The humans brought it. Or the dwarves that were just trading with us brought a rooster. But yeah, Hawaiian pizza is a Canadian invention. This is a fact. So I think it's time that we do our first arena battle. What do you think, chat? It just makes sense. Naturally. We just need to wait for the military to get their butts over here. Arena battle? Awesome! Yeah, and I'm going to have to be very careful and do this turn by turn, right? Also, True Freak wants a dwarf, apparently. True Freak, what kind of dwarf would you like? Sorry, I missed that. Now is not a good time to enter the arena, Deli the fish cleaner. You may want to leave the arena. Beard plus hood. You can be Deller the fish cleaner. True. True freak. He often is filled with joy. And can be very single-minded. And, oops. Often feels filled with joy and can be very single-minded, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he could be considered rude. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He doesn't often focus on material goods. He doesn't often care what others think. He doesn't care about what others think of him, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind wearing something special now and again. And he personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, and would have peace at all costs. He views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and he believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. He very rarely respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and sees competition as reasonably important and dreams of mastering crafting a masterwork someday. Mastering a crafterwork someday. Wow, I've been streaming for too long. Deller likes brimstone, sterling silver, black opal, the color orange, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies, and when possible prefers to consume nurse shark. And dwarven ale and urad beans. And absolutely hates purring maggots. Word. Description-wise, he has a very long beard arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he is thin. His protruding, close-set amethyst eyes have large irises, and his somewhat narrow ears are extremely tall. His round chin, he has a round chin, and his eyes are slightly rounded. His nose is slightly hooked. His hair is dark chestnut, and his skin is pale pink. And there's a dwarf stuck here, so. All right. You like cheese? Lol, so random. When's the fight gonna start? When Slow McDoofus over here gets out and I lock the door behind him, and then I pull this lever twice. But what are they gonna fight first? A bunch of goblins. Some of them might be zombies too, which is gonna be interesting. So we'll see how this goes. Some of these dwarves are not super thrilled about this. I have no fear. Do you now? So first they're going to lock these. And then I'm going to unlock it. I'm going to play through this slowly, and we're going to do a play-by-play, and I'm going to follow the combat log as closely as I can. And I don't know who's commandeering here, but they being slow. Okay, there we go. Got the lever puller. Oh, huh. That's interesting. Anyway, so it's opened. We appear to have gotten 2 goblin crossbowmen, a bowman, a lasher, and a pikeman released. The first bolt has been released, and it is flying, and it appears to have collided with the center pillar. The first dwarf into the fighting is Commander Honk, who says, "This is a fight!" I laugh in the face of death, terrified while in conflict, very much not laughing. The goblin up here is terrified while in conflict, but vengeful after joining an existing conflict, but however feels free after being released from confinement. Over here, Commander Honk appears to have joined the combat by dodging a bolt. They'll move the game a few turns forward. It seems like the first goblin has been disarmed already. And Commander Honk right here appears to have bashed the goblin crossbowman in the right ear with her silver warhammer. And the injured part explodes into gore. The force twists the head, tearing apart the fat and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn, and the goblin crossbowman misses Commander Honk. We're going to move a few more turns forward. A few more bolts are loosed, and the other dwarves come climbing up the stairs. We appear to have our first piece of viscera flying across the arena here, which seems to be some teeth, and I'm not actually sure what that is or where it is. Is that... Oh, that's a foot. That's a foot. So this dwarf, this goblin right here, Urshim, who's currently bleeding, is now 1 foot shorter. Anyway, if I jump back over here into the combat logs, we can see that Commander Honk is, in fact, in a martial trance. And a Goblin Lasher has entered the fray, but it seems to have been bashed by Commander Honk, who bashed the Lasher in the right hand with her silver warhammer. But the attack was deflected by the Lasher's copper gauntlet. The forced butt bends the neck, or bends the wrist, tearing apart the muscle, and the ligament has been torn, and the Goblin Lasher loses hold of an iron shield. And then the Goblin Lasher says, "In the midst of conflict, I laugh in the face of death." Lots of laughing. Then misses Commander Honk, and Commander Honk bites the Goblin Lasher in the left lower back teeth. Let that sink in. And then severed part sails off in an arc. Then shortly after that, as I move a few turns forward, that foot's still flying, and it seems like the bars have closed behind them. There's still 1 goblin up here, so I'm just going to jump up here and get this lever pulled one more time so we can lower the combat bars, because those take a very long time to lower, apparently. Right up here we have... the Goblin Pikeman Snang Olgonstos Good is fighting, and Brokley is also fighting. Let's see what Brokley says. Brokley bashes the Kia Man. Oh, no, that's from a while ago. Brokley kicks the Kia Man partial skeleton in the right upper leg with his right foot, and fracturing it, and then the hammer of Brokley bites the Goblin Crossbowman in the left lower leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle through the Jaguar leather leggings. The fighting continues, and the dwarves pile up, and some of the others are just kind of hanging out back here going, "Man, the battle rages. I feel no terror. This is a fight. I feel no terror. In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. This is a fight. I feel no terror. If you have a task, do it properly, dwelling upon being caught in freakish weather." This one's just thinking about the weather today. "Has the tide turned? I feel no terror." Well, you're not helping, so clearly. Foot has landed. And, it seems like this goblin up here is just kind of hanging out. Seems pretty good. Let's see about moving things forward. It appears that we have our first casualty. Let's see. The Goblin Pikeman seems to have been bashed by Raikalu in the head with an iron warhammer, and the injured part is crushed. So dude got his head crushed. The hammer is firmly lodged in the wound. Orange over here. Captain Orange bashes a goblin lasher in the upper left arm with a silver warhammer, jamming the bone through the left shoulder's muscle and fracturing the left shoulder's bone. That's lovely. We move up a few more turns, and we can see teeth and everything flying everywhere. And now we just need to wait for, well, that guy died real fast. Who was in that fight? That was Hammer Polly. Let's read about the Hammer Polly's combat log right here. Hammer Polly up here was... Well, you know what? Tap Dancing Ninja did something, apparently. Bashed a goblin crossbowman in the head with her silver warhammer, jamming the muscle through the skull and jamming and through the brain, tearing the brain. Well, I mean... At least you kill-stole somebody, Tap Dancing Ninja. Cold-Blooded apparently did something, which was hacked a goblin crossbowman in the right hand with his bismuth bronze battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, ain't that wonderful? And then hacks the goblin crossbowman in the right leg with the bismuth bronze thingy, and then the thingy sails off in a thingy. There's a goblin behind this firing off arrows. There's an ear stuck in the bars. We just need to wait for a dwarf to get up here and pull this lever. And where are you at? Oh, are you coming to pull the lever? There you go. Perfect. Now that the lever's been pulled, Gorzu over here now has access to the rest of the dwarves, and it appears that Insula Sama and I Am Dryston are up front, and the final goblin falls over pretty quickly. And the last thing said was apparently goblin mutilated corpses fighting. Something came back to life briefly. Strikes the mutilated corpse in the head. So somebody got killed twice. I didn't even see that happen. But that does answer that this is, in fact, in the rezzing zone. Insula Sama seems to have bashed a goblin hammerman bowman in the head with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. Headshot to the final one. And now we just wait to see if any of them come back to life. Yeah. Anyway, that's the first round of the arena in Waterlungs. Skulls for the Skull Throne? Yep. I don't know why I didn't respond to the raids, but Leftist Pope, thank you very much for the raid, as well as Claiborne, who apparently also somehow raided me twice? How did you do that? Anyway, thanks for the raid and the raid and the raid. And, Urus McJerby, thanks for the 3 months. Welcome back. Let's just pull this lever. Well, actually, no, I don't need to pull this lever. But I do need to cancel the special orders. I think I need to make a third squad that just trains in the arena. What do you think, chat? No, that is not actually something I wanted to do. I changed my mind. You think you might not know what you're doing? No one's surprised by that. Uh-oh. There's a purple goblin. Somebody want to go dispose of Purple Gobby quickly? Okay, Hammer Polly dealt with it. And now we've got all kinds of other thingies that need to go in there too. Oh, very good news, Claiborne. While you were gone, we got a new pet. I was very upset right now, but it's fine. Also, I think, chat, do you guys think that that arena battle was good enough to be a DF idea? What do you think? Also, welcome back, Boreas. Definitely idea worthy. Well, I know what I'm doing this evening after stream then. 'Cause I need a video for tomorrow. Right now all I have is a single VOD. Do one with more variety of enemies. The problem is they might just fight. So I might have to make more entryways for them. But I've got bigger priorities right now. I need to get this stuff done. This is supposed to be a complex, and we're very far from it being valuable enough to be a complex, so... It'll be more eye-catching. Oh well. Anyway, that's the only one I'm doing for today. So we'll do an arena ideas vid with just one. I'm sure that'll be, you know, violent enough, and people will get the, you know, full entertainment of me talking. All right. So, how much silver am I at? You know what I could do here? I could do... Actually, how many... I wonder how many gems I have. I have a good number of gems. All right, let's just make some gem windows. Apparently, I have a lot of gems in this fort. Now I have a lot less, but that's fine. I can just get them cutting more. Fighting scary animals is great too. Yeah, well, we'll do a variety of things for the military. As long as other dwarves can't actually see them happening. That's something I'm going to kind of emphasize in that video. Is like, as long as other dwarves can't see them happening, they're fine. Because if other dwarves see the fighting happening, it's just going to scar them. You're just going to get a bunch of stressed out dwarves. Got enough going on in this fort now that I don't even know where shit is anymore. Actually. I think that I need to pull this lever. Oh, there's an undead Kia Man arm right there. Well, that's suboptimal. Well. Or there. Once you get a king, you can make him a throne on the second floor so that he can give a thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't know if I'm going for, like, mountain home in this particular fortress. If I am, not for a while anyway. Although I need to make the frame rate a little better first. It's not a huge priority for this fort. I did that with the last fort, so... Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Oh, traders are still up here. You know, I haven't actually gotten to 200 dwarves yet in this fort. I'll sleep happily. A very fancy obsidian bed. That sounds like something a Klingon would use. Also, holy shit, Biker Bandito on the Discord. That's schwanky. it's kind of tricky though, because I'm not gonna have a lot of time to record this weekend. Although I don't know if I'm gonna stream on Saturday yet. I might not. I'm undecided. I'll say it that. Because Friday I'm gonna be very busy. I'm recording a podcast in the morning, and then I'm going to go visit my grandma. I'll be back in the evening. I might do some recording in the evening. There will probably be an editing stream on Monday, but probably won't be one on Friday this week. I'm gonna pull this lever. Actually, no, I don't need to pull that lever just yet. Traders haven't left yet. Just making sure that this body disposal one is working. Starting to think I might actually need people specifically doing nothing but hauling. Also get rid of this particular detail. Yeah, that's probably what's going on this one, too. But 441 seems about right. Yeah, I have this cavern layer down here. Starting to suspect that's what's going on. On some previous maps, I've just completely disabled them. I might load this one up and see if I can exterminate the basement things. I really don't like the way the cavern dwellers work in this current version. I think it's one of my biggest issues. Okay, this is even funnier. So about 4 hours ago, I got a comment from somebody stating that the method of making a water setup so about 4 hours ago, I got a comment from somebody stating that the mist generators tutorial doesn't work. Like, these mist generators don't work. Like, this is a bad tutorial. Followed by somebody else saying, thank you for the awesome tutorial. Oh, YouTube. Never change. 45 FPS with 34 dwarves, and it's only because the caverns are open? Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I am not super fond of how the... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do a thing quick. Difficulty. Did I set those down? I actually can't remember. I might have already turned them down, so they might only be able to spawn 10 at a time. But here's the thing, right? Even if they do spawn 10 at a time on this particular map, even if they do only spawn 10 at a time, there is a very real chance that they're all zombies and are constantly killing each other. Could also cause that problem. I mean, there was one fort, this is in an older version of the game. I once had a fort where I was like, man, my frame rate's getting kind of low. And I went and explored the caverns a little bit, and I found that there was 850 undead Crundles constantly fighting because Crundles kept spawning and they kept killing each other. And then exploding into undead Crundles and then becoming more undead Crundles. So it was like this locked eternal combat between living and undead Crundles. No, because it'll probably just die again. Zorniv? It'll probably just die again. Okay, what are most of the dwarves doing currently? Oh, I know why they're not doing anything down here. Okay, no, this one is in the right burrow. This one isn't. I'm slightly bothered by the fact that they're not like doing any of the stuff that I want them to in there, but that's okay. Let's just worry about this right now. I'll worry about that later. They're supposedly leaving on their journey. Please leave the map. I can close the door. Will they come back next autumn? If they are your own faction, they'll come back a good couple of times. You have to kill like the entirety of the wagons a few times. Although if they died to were creatures and some of them made it off the map and got bit, they might come back as were creatures. So be very careful. Were creature infections are no joke. Not Dobbs. Like they are no joke. Like they are not to be fucked with. So be careful. Be very, very, very careful with were-creature infestations. They can cause some pretty horrific and catastrophic nightmare death scenarios that will very much fuck your entire fort up. They all died 2 times by... 2 times. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, they'll still keep showing up. Like, your own faction is generally pretty lenient on that. So, but, like, if they're humans or elves, for example... they'll be way less lenient and way less understanding. They left all their stuff. Well, I mean, yeah. But just remember, they are blaming you for theft. Also, chat room, to any of you guys, if you ever want to know where I go camping, and you want to see a bird's eye view of it, this is where I go camping. Shoutouts to Traffic Trish on Twitter. That right there, this area right here is where I go camping. Like, in between these 2 peaks. And sometimes up on this peak. And then down in front of that peak. But is it a haunted biome? I haven't seen any zombies yet, but there was one time a bird landed on my hand and took a bit of food from me. Yeah, Trish is a really good follow if you like Vancouver city and Vancouver porn. It's really good. Really, really, really good Twitter and Instagram account. She's just one of our traffic copter pilots. She's just, as far as I'm concerned, flying around just like taking photos of everything. According to Twitch chat, it does. Here, I'll show the video of me when I went camping the other week. This was me camping up there. Bird. Shoutouts to Whiskey Jacks. He wants the whole granola bar. He's literally like looking at the whole granola bar. He's like, you fucker, give me that. Or so the joke goes. I don't really get the joke. I don't think there's much of a punchline to it. It's more of just like a statement. People just like now accuse me of being a Disney princess all the time.
This is madness!
Madness!
This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Hi, Hobo. How are you? I see combat. So, I get that. I guess that this means that we're going to when we were young, hey? Like that's happening, right? Assuming Ken get ticket. D&D, gotcha. There's Whiskey Jacks, Canada Jays, Gray Jays, Camp Robbers, Assholes, Stupid Bird, whatever you want to call them, really. All of the names are legitimate as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, if you ever wonder to yourself, streamer, why do you pay so much to live in Vancouver for rent? That view's why. Big ass chicken. True, yeah. They're not really chickadees though. Also, Hobo, apparently FG's going to TwitchCon too. Someone's doing an extended speech in your ears. So apparently FG is going to TwitchCon, is the first thing. Second thing is some people on my team are talking about trying to get tickets to When We Were Young. And I'm going to try and get a ticket. This game is very good. This game is extremely good. That's why people have been playing it for so long. Is getting off an island futile? What do you mean? As in, like, settling on an island? Or getting dwarves to an island? What do you mean? Speaking of futile, I think these guys are stuck. Cheers, Nutty Wombat. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think I've ever populated an entire layer before. I've been trying to just, like, keep most of the fort on one layer so that it's easy to watch. I'm just trying to make it look as cool as possible. It's really starting to feel like a city, although it is getting kind of laggy. And I'm really starting to blame the caverns. Neil, what up? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm kind of with you, Hobo. I mean, you know, we've done TwitchCon before, but I don't know. Having an excuse to go to Las Vegas, I think, is always a good thing. Island in the ocean, getting to the main continent. So what you can do, if I go to the overworld,
200 bits for 200 dwarves. I wonder where I'll put all these bits of all these dwarves.
Oh no.
I might need another coffer.
Thanks for the first bits in 7 hours. Almost, not 7 hours, 6 hours. Which, believe it or not, were from you. So if you look at this, if you see the overworld, you see like these tiny little sections like that. If it's really close to the mainland, like this, or like this volcano where it's really close to the mainland, if you actually make a separate fortress that crosses that tiny little gap and just embark it and then retire it, then you can reach different areas. Or say you're on an island like this, you could do that. But if you're out here, yeah, no, there's no chance getting to the mainland. But thanks for the $2. Appreciate you. Yesterday was so crazy. Today's felt kind of slow, to be honest. Oh no, you've been spotted. Are you two friends from a different chat? What about DF hack? I don't know. I'm not super knowledgeable in about DF hack in that regard. I mean, maybe, but nothing that I'm familiar with. GDQ pals. Oh, really? Huh. You both speedrun things, or do you just know each other from the chat? I know some people who do stuff at GDQ from back in the day. Old friends. What do you speedrun? Yeah, I've never actually been to GDQ, but friends with some of the old runners from back in the day. In fact, I think I'm friends with some runners that are banned now. But anyway, aside from that. Way back in the day, back at TwitchCon, I used to hang out with Distortion and Noir, specifically. It's a very long time ago now, though. Shattering and some smaller games, Silhouette, Chocobo Racing. Okay. You harvest caves, so you're a serial speedrunner. I get you. Little bit of everything. There was one point where I could finish Portal in under 25 minutes. And I got, I'm blanking on the name of it. Contrast. I was able to beat in under 45 minutes. I think the world record for that game when I was running that was about 15 minutes or something. It's like a 6-hour game. Well, it's either that or Chex Quest. Before you get dizzy. 25 minutes before you get dizzy. Fair enough. Yeah, well. But I never actually streamed speedrunning. It was always something I kind of did on my own time. Back when I had my own time for video games. Yeah, I don't know anything about using DF hack to get to the shore. Generally, I just my rule of thumb is don't settle on an island. But that doesn't work for a lot of people, so. Okay, door is shut. You hate the Portal Companion Cube level? What, just beating it? Or you hate the part where you have to kill the Companion Cube? That's got some awkward physics, I would say. A lot of randomly canceled tasks here. Only gets the value up to 8,000. Hot damn. Temple complexes are expensive. My gosh. You basically have to put artifacts in them. I mean, I don't even remotely agree, but fair enough, suited. A virtual German train. That is the most you sentence I've ever heard, Neil. That you speed ran a train. Like hearing that you suplexed a train. I'm really curious to know how much that sterling silver altar is worth. Considering these statues are worth about 240, it's not bad. That's true. He didn't run the train, he speed ran it, yes. How many years in am I? 10? Pretty young fort. I mean, there's still boulders everywhere. It's a little laggy. I'm going to need to poke it in DF hack tonight, I think. I mean, don't let this fort seem like super cool. It's very much a work in progress. I didn't even finish these bedrooms for these dwarves. I got distracted by other things. The question is when's somebody going to take Dwarf Fortress to GDQ? Because there's fun percent, which is really fast. Like, really fast. And then there's hell percent, which is get to the underworld. And then there's mountain home percent, which is like 7 hours. Or it was like 7 hours. I don't know what it is now, what it would be now, but mountain home might be a little bit harder because you have to like cut through the adamantine spire and everything. I think hell percent might actually be interesting again because hell percent would require you to dig through the adamantine spires. I mean, fun percent is like 20 seconds. So I don't know about that. But like with keyboard controls in version 47, I think I could beat the fun percent speedrun record. Now that more folks play it. Yeah. Maybe that's something I should pick up. Speedrunning hell percent, getting to the underworld. I think it would be a lot of just figuring out how to get through the spires. I think the rule is you're just not allowed to turn up the frame rate above the default, which would be 60. So I'd actually have to turn down my frame rate to do it. So this has been claimed by my scribe, who's put granite in it already and is running off and grabbing other things. Keep an eye on him. I think I'm just gonna engrave everything. Is going to be my strat for this. Because this is the other one that I need to make super valuable. I mean, I already listed them. Get to the underworld, get the mountain home, kill everybody. Those are the three. And then there really isn't any for adventure mode because there's no like even remote goals. And hello, Bob. How are you? Although I would actually, what I would really like to see is I would love to see speedruns for Caves of Cud. That about all? Those are the only things that really give you a end game screen, right? It's the only thing that can be really considered credits. And they all include generating a world as part of them. So you generate a world and you start playing. So like fun percent would be generate a world, find an embark location, dig a hole, crush your dwarves with them, which takes about 30 seconds. Hell percent is generate a world, find a location, dig all the way down, find an adamantine spire, and then dig through the adamantine spire and release the circus. And then mountain home percent is you play until you have a mountain home, which is a very long time. That'd be a very it's not quite Animal Crossing, but it wouldn't be a short run, that's for sure. I mean, there's one person I'm aware of who has streamed a mountain home percent, and it was like 6 hours it took him. And that was in the old version when it was quicker. Before you needed to, you know, how much is this worth? 135, that actually kind of sucks. The sterling silver altar. No, not even remotely. Kiefer, not even remotely. Although, actually, I don't know about this version, but in the older version, it certainly wasn't. It was very slow. The only one that's, like, consistent would be hell percent. because you just embark with 7 miners and you might have to make a farm, but you just start digging. Yeah, with the gem-studded spires, I think it would be like a 30, 40 minute. Well, actually, here, let me just go check. Speedrun.com. Check. Dwarf Fortress. Oh, actually, never mind. There's one other. There's Goblin Siege %, apparently. So there's Fun %. Let's say on Premium. Fun % is 33 seconds. Is the world record right now. Hell %, nobody's done it. Goblin Siege % 49 minutes. Mountain Home %, nobody's done it. On Classic Free, Mountain Home % is 9 hours. Okay. I know who that is too, which is kind of funny. And then Goblin Siege % is 35 minutes on the older versions. A minute 46 for Hell %. And Fun % was 35 seconds 4 years ago. So. What, for Goblin Siege %? Yeah, because somebody probably just did it once and... Like, literally just start raiding people. Settle right next to them and just start raiding. You could probably do that one pretty consistently with Goblin Siege.
Blind, can you please project what the possible implications are for the freedom of a goblin civ in Adventure or Legends mode if your dwarven civ steals a demon slab? Asking for C1 Iborn and not at all for my future plans.
C1 Iborn. I'm calling you C1 Iborn from now on. If you steal the demon's slab, it gives you the demon's true name, and then you can do one of two things with the demon. You can banish them or enslave them. If you enslave them, then you gain control of them, and they follow you around like a puppy dog, and the goblins are freed. If you banish them, the goblins are freed. I see one, Iborn. I don't think the game can handle that. Polyanian 40. Like, straight up, I don't actually think the game can handle that. Because you'd mine through at least one water layer, guaranteed. Alright. Well, chat, we've been streaming for almost 9 hours of Dwarf Fort, and this save is getting kind of laggy, so I think I'm going to do a checkup on it in DF Hack tonight or tomorrow morning and see if I can exterminate some things. We've got a dwarf making an artifact. We caught a giant penguin, which is currently being trained by Zasset. We're not ending the stream, though, so don't run off. We're going to go play a different game for a bit. I'm going to save and return to the main menu now. We are, well, first off, you guys are going to say goodbye, YouTube. Oh, say goodbye, YouTube chat. Water temperature doesn't work like that.